Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to CVMA Round 3 live here at Chuckwalla Raceway. I am Adrian Peritoner, accompanied by Al Garcia out here in the booth. Morning, Al.
Morning.
How's it going today?
Beautiful day out there this morning.
It really is. Nice, cool morning today as we have race 1 out onto the track for their sight lap, getting those tires warmed up, getting the groove in for the day. We have an exciting day of racing ahead of us. I think we have today 18 races. First race of the day will be Formula Superbike and Supersport Open as we get the riders back into the grid and ready for today's start of race 1. Today's live broadcast is brought to you by the sponsors of today's show. Dunlop. Ride Dunlop, the #1 tire brand sold in North America. Racer's Edge Performance, providing the best customer service for Dunlop tires, providing some of the best quality track days and coaching programs at Chuckwalla. Wolf Transport, our passion is moving yours. AYS Plumbing, trusted plumbing, fair quotes, quality work every time. Law Tigers, the resource the motorcycle community turns to. If you're involved in a motorcycle accident, call Law Tigers. Race Pace Track Days provides highly experienced riders with a unique no-session format event to hone their skills and or test and tune their motorcycles. Warriors in Need, front lines to finish lines, transition strong, ride hard, from military service to civilian life. We help veterans shift gears and ride hard with our racing community. Supporting Ernie Salceda out here today. Jason Reyes, State Farm Insurance, complete protection for the automotive enthusiasts. Call 888-485-5070. Apex Assassin believes every track day has a rider has a racer inside. Our mission is to make that leap easy, safe, and unforgettable. Magic Custom Graphics. If you can race it, we can wrap it. Shop magicsc.com. Rider Gear. Performance you can feel. Protection you can trust. Milwaukee. Nothing but heavy duty. And a special thanks to CVMA and their entire team for all their hard work and putting these amazing events together, not only for racers out here today, but for the viewers at home.
So now we've got action going on in the first race, Formula Superbike and Supersport Open. Currently out in the lead in race 1 on the Formula Superbike is David Anthony. Followed, and on the grid we had Michael Anthony on pole, we had Michael Gilbert in second, Dion Campbell third on the grid, Nicholas Seelig fourth on the grid, Emmanuel Segura fifth, Bryce Kornbaugh sixth, Hayden Meng 7th, Reese Elliott 8th. Returning to the action here. And leaders going into turn 16 through 17 onto the front straight.
As our leader completes his first lap here, we'll have the running order as they go. David Anthony first across the line in lap 1, followed by Michael Gilbert in second, Dion Campbell in third, Manuel Segura in fourth, Bryce Kornbaugh in fifth. Top 5 as they run for race 1, Formula Supersport.
And now we're seeing the Supersport Open racers coming through first grid. We have Sahar Vic in first, Mark Gross second, Philip de Gama Blanchette in third, John Menzie fourth, Ryan Shue in your top 5.
Your Supersport Open for Sunday, Sahar Savic in first, Mark DeGross in second, and Philip de Gama Blanchette in third. Got a nice shot of the slide here today.
Yep, David Anthony, look at how smooth he's just running right through, running his line right through the bowl. Beautiful.
As they're exiting into corner 14, the aggressive left-hand corner.
Looks like David Anthony has a bit about a second or so gap onto Michael Gilbert. Michael Gilbert's being hounded by Dion Campbell in the background there.
As they come around corner 16 before going back into the start straightaway.
going through the straightaway, front straightaway right now. Again, positions, you've got David Anthony in first, Michael Gilbert in second, Dion Campbell in third, Bryce Kornbaugh in fourth, Amanda Segura in fifth, Chris Elliott in sixth, Hayden Mang in seventh.
David Anthony with a 1:45 and Michael Gilbert with a faster 1:44.9. Hopefully Michael Gilbert can maintain this pace and try to give David Anthony a run for the position as they're coming around corner 7 on the side straightaway.
Yeah, Michael Gilbert's visually just catching up just very slightly there. Couple tenths here, couple tenths there. He's looking to get to grips on that Yamaha that he's been riding recently. From what I understand, it's just starting to come into him.
David Anthony's going to need to hold a smooth line around this track. He wants to maintain that lead as they're coming down into the slide. Beautiful shot as they're coming down with all this speed and this big elevation drop here.
Love that nice arc as he's going out of the bowl, coming into turn 14.
Dion Campbell breathing down Michael Gilbert's back as he wants to get an inch closer and closer for the position for second to try to make a run towards that David Anthony as they're coming around.
Beautiful as they complete turn 16, the little kink on turn 17 onto the straight.
Coming down the straightaway, David Anthony leading us around again with Michael Gilbert in second, Dion Campbell in third as we have 3 to go on this race 1 for Formula Supersport.
Again, Michael Gilbert, another 144 to David Anthony's 145. So the gap is closing up now. It was about 7 tenths on the straight. And in the second wave, Supersport, we still have Sahar Vic in first, Mark DeGrosse in second, Philip DeGama Blanchette in third, John Menzie in fourth, Ryan Shue in fifth, Justin Napkick in sixth.
Coming around Garcia Hill. The metal left before the right hand, heavy acceleration zone as they go up the back straightaway. Coming down the backside of the straightaway here, David Anthony in sight.
As he drops down into the slide, look at that beautiful. That's about a 2-story drop right there going into the banking over here of the bowl. The bowl is about a 10-degree banking right here. Nice and smooth. Tipping into 14 right here. Visually, you see significantly closer here. Michael Gilbert, maybe he's working up to just try to get something done in the last 2 laps or so. On to the front straight. Again, David Anthony still in the lead, Michael Gilbert in second, Dion Campbell are your top 3 in the Formula Superbike race. Michael Gilbert again with the fastest lap in that last time around at a 1:44.693.
Rounding corner 6 into 7 here. Before entering the side straightaway, the heavy acceleration area.
That last lap, David Anthony turned to 1:44.9, so he's running faster than he has, but still not fast enough to keep Michael Gilbert from sneaking up on him.
Really getting the power down on the ground as the front wheel becomes light.
Beautiful shot of the leaders here dropping down the slide into the bowl once again. Michael Gilbert might have gone in just a little bit hot and took a little bit wider line, lost just a tad there, but looks like he's trying to gather it all back up. Trying to get a little bit closer to
Gilbert definitely holding a smooth line as he's coming through these corners. Definitely where he's making up some of this time here.
Let's try to be a little bit patient through the patience section. Now we go into the last lap of the race here, folks.
White flag is out. 1 lap to go for race 1.
In Supersport, we still have Sahar Vic in the lead with Mark DeGrosse in second. Philip de Gama Blanchette all the way from Canada getting on the podium. 1 more lap for them as well. We're seeing Gilbert here just inching up closer and closer to David Anthony here, but does he have enough in this last lap to make a move?
Gilbert Anthony right behind David Anthony.
He needs to get closer.
As they're coming around, David Anthony looking behind to see where the competition's at. Michael Gilbert trying to hold a tight line as they're coming up Garcia Hill. It's now or never for Michael Gilbert to try to make the move here on David Anthony as they make the right-hander before the heavy acceleration zone. Jan Campbell right there behind him joining the battle here as they're coming around the back straightaway into the slide. Can Gilbert make anything of it?
Gilbert needs to be smooth as silk here in the bowl. Just try to inch up on him. Here he comes.
This is one of the sections that Gilbert's been pretty efficient at making sure keeping the lap times down here. As you can see when he comes into this next corner, he holds a nice smooth line as he enters the left-hander.
I think he's going to try to make a move right on 15. Can he do it? Nope.
Last 2 corners up ahead, 16 as they round out making the right-hander. David Anthony leading Gilbert and Campbell into the last couple corners here. Will Anthony hold them off as they come into the start straight? Checker flag is out.
And does Campbell have anything for Gilbert?
David Anthony with the lead.
Yeah, there we go.
Completes the race in first. Michael Gilbert in second.
Bryce Kornbach crossing in fourth.
Great racing from these guys up here for race 1 for Formula.
Yep. And currently we have, as we're finishing up, Sahar Vic in first. Mark Gross second. Ryan Shu completing the podium for Supersport.
Sahar Vic coming around the last corner here. Battling to the line. Sahar Vic with the unofficial first place and Mark DeGrosse in second. Ryan Shu the third. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back with you guys.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors. Committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Welcome back from the quick commercial break. We are here in Chuckwalla Raceway for round 3 of CVMA. As we go over the race schedule for today, opening was just concluded with Formula Superbike and Supersport Open. Race 2, Amateur Supersport Open, which is out on the track right now for their warm-up lap. Amateur Supersport Middleweight will be race 3 for the day. Race 4, Supersport Middleweight. Race 5 will be Formula Ultra Lightweight and CVMA Hooligans and American Thunder. On race 6, we'll have the Shootout. It's a 10-lap race. 7 will be Formula Lightweight Twins Shootout, 8-lap race. Middleweight Shootout for race 8. That will be another 10-lap race. Race 9 will be the Formula Ultra Lightweight Shootout. And race 10 will be Formula Open 40.
Great. And so, as you said, following up here on race 11, we got Formula 2s and CVMA Hooligans and American Thunder. Race 12, we got Formula 40 Middleweight and Formula 40 Lightweight. Race 13, we have 500 Supersport and 404 and 350 Supersport. Race 14, we got Formula Open and Formula Open Cup. Race 15, we got Amateur Formula Open. Race 16, we got Formula Middleweight and Formula Middleweight Cup. Race 17, Amateur Formula Middleweight. And race 18, Formula Twins and Formula 40 Ultra Lightweight.
Tons of racing ahead of us today on Sunday, folks.
Yep.
Make sure you stay tuned for all the action.
And, coming up in race 2 again, Amateur Supersports Open. This has been a really exciting race over this past weekend with Austin Edgerton and Eddie McMail really dicing it up in race 2. And so, I'm looking forward to seeing this race again. We saw some, changes in some of the lines that Eddie was taking during the race, which really resulted in him picking up his pace a little bit. So it's good to see improvement from the amateurs. And, as they're working through what lines and where they can go quicker, where they need to be a little patient. And looking to the grid, we have on pole, we have Austin Edgerton, second, Eddie McMail, third, Leonard Guidry on the grid, fourth on the grid, Alex Francis, fifth on the grid, Trevor Gilraith, sixth, Lee Woywoda, seventh, Wolfgang Van Orten, eighth, Ernest Salcido, ninth on the grid, Raul Becerra, 10th on the grid, David Thompson, 11th on the grid, John Yarbrough, 12th on the grid, Josh Talpas. And here they go.
And they're off as they're shuffling around with their front end up, coming out of the start straight, trying to give you a little bit of a cue here that he's it's been working for him, Al.
Yeah, he's trying to get that power down on that duck. He's going to get it handled.
Eddie McMail with an early lead already as they're coming around corner 5.
Yep. Yeah, it was great to see Eddie get the whole shot there on that race from second place.
Coming around 6 into 7 as they enter the side straightaway.
It's great for the amateurs right here. They're getting a sense of what what their capabilities are and what their motorcycle capabilities are as they're doing through this. They've now transitioned from out in the canyons or out to track days, and now they're out here on the track, honing their skills, looking to move up from the amateur ranks into the expert ranks. And it's great to see this action out here today, and them putting down some seriously fast lap times throughout the day yesterday. So it was a real exciting race. Hopefully these guys can entertain us once again on this Sunday.
Big learning curve coming out from the canyons onto the racetrack, right? I mean, you're a lot more susceptible to being able to push that edge a little bit further out here at the track than you can out in the canyons.
Certainly no oncoming cars, no oncoming traffic, no poles, no guardrails. Out here, it's just you and the track and the desert out in the distance.
Absolutely. As Eugene McMail leads us out into corner 16 for the first lap for race 2 of the day, Amateur Supersport Open for round 3 of CVMA out here at Chuckwalla Raceway.
And here they come through turn 16, requires a little patience to get the most out of that corner. And they're doing a slight flick in here into 17 and right back onto the front straight. Eugene McMail in first. We're going to see some lap times here. And now he's Eugene McMail, followed by Austin Edgerton, Alex Francis in third, Leonard Guidry in fourth, fifth, Lee Woywoda, sixth, Trevor Gilraith, seventh, Ernest Salceda, eighth, John Yarbrough, ninth, David Thompson. On that last lap, Eddie McMail was putting down a 152 to Austin Edgerton's 152.7. Alex Francis was at a 153.8.
Really getting the power down on the ground.
One of the things that Eddie's going to have to do here as he completes through through the course of this race is just to make sure to keep that power down through 6 laps. Last time I spoke to him last night at the grid, out in the paddock, and he was telling me that he backed off a little bit on that last lap, and saw Austin Edgton start to creep up on him and didn't realize it till it was a little late. And so I think as he's learning his tactics and as he's learning what he's going to do here, I think you're going to start to see more and more improvement and more follow through on the lap times here with Eddie here. But look at him. I mean, he's just already just amazing what he's doing out here as an amateur. And and Edgton again following it up with him. Again, lap times are very close here. We're talking about 0.7 of a second between them. I want to see if Edgton here has been able to make any inroads on closing up that gap. We're going to see some times here.
Austin needing to find a little bit of a smoother, shorter line around these corners if he wants to make any sort of contestation to McMail's first place as he leads us again for lap 2, 4 laps to go.
And again, we're seeing the boys pick it up on their pace right now. We see Eugene McMail at a 148.6 to Alex Edgton's 149.3.
As those tires warm up and get a little bit more a little bit more time out on the track, those lap times will start to get lower and lower as they get more comfortable, right?
Yep, certainly. And as the jitters of the first and second lap start wearing off, and now they get into their groove, right? And they're starting to get in the zone and just focus on what they need to do. Focus on hitting their marks point after point. You're going to start to see the lap times pick up, particularly in the early morning, wrestling those getting those cobwebs out of your body, or
working out those couple drinks from the night before, right?
Right? Yep.
As it's coming down the slide, Eugene McMail leading us into the bowl.
It's a beautiful shot on the screen right there, showing you just the transitions and how they glide through those corners. It's almost like poetry, isn't it?
And it shows you, it really does justice on how much of a drop it is going down that back slide.
Yep.
You carry a lot of speed into that right-hander.
And here he comes, going a little short shoot up to turn 16, which they call patience, again, because it requires you to go a little bit wide out in order to make sure you got the best angle coming into turn 17 right here to get as much power down on the track as you get into the straightaway.
Alex Francis as he passes the line in third, Leonard Guidry in fourth. Here we have Austin Edgton trying to do everything he can to close this gap on McMail.
Yep, right now that gap is about 1.7 seconds as of the last time they crossed the line. Again, lap times are pretty consistent here, though. You had a 149.0 from McMail to a 149.3 to Alex Edgton. Francis was running at a 150.87 with Guidry at a 150.56. Wonder if there's going to be a little bit of a little bit more gap getting closed between Francis and Guidry here.
Austin looking back, trying to get a gauge of where Francis is at.
Nice and smooth as you drop down that slide right there.
Here we're looking at the rear group. I believe that's Trevor Gilreath.
Okay, actually we got here Eugene McMail coming through.
That's Austin. This is your further back group here. I think we have a shot here of Trevor Gilreath and Lee. So coming around, exiting the pole into corner 14, making the left-hander. McMail, the lead on the side straightaway with 2 laps to go.
Onto the back straight. Trying to get as much speed as he can as he comes into a hard braking zone right here.
Smooth on his braking as he tips it in for the slide. Holding a lot tighter apex this time around.
Yep. You saw that little correction right there, just trying to, drop back in just a little bit. Now he tips into 14 right here. Little bit of a straight out, and then right back into 15. And now we see him coming, tipping in to turn 16. Got to maintain that patience, drift out just a little bit, and then come back in and stretch and just get the straight line here, straighten it out as much as you can, get on the power.
White flag is out. McMail leading us around for this entire race so far, with Austin Exton in second place and Alex Francis in third.
All right.
A little bit of excitement there from one of the competitors.
And here we see again McMail in the lead. Tipping into 6, hanging out there just a little bit as he drops into 7, onto a little straight between the 8, 9, 10 complex right here. Up, slightly negative banking right here, and then drops right back in to 10, onto the back straight.
Eugene looking smooth out there.
Last lap for Eugene, or Eddie McMail, it was a 1:48.5 to Edgston's 1:50.2. There's about a 4.5 second gap here between first and second.
Good performance for McMail as he got out early, got the whole shot, and managed his lead.
Now he's just got to make it clean, keep it clean for these last couple turns. And if he can do that, he's got the win.
Coming around for the last time on turn 16 into 17, Eddie McMail for Sunday's race 2 of the day, Amateur Supersport Open with the win.
Eddie bringing home the mail.
And Austin Edgston in second place, followed with a Alex Francis rounding out third. The mailman.
Nice.
Outstanding job from all the athletes out there today. We'll go to a quick commercial break and we'll be right back with you guys.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Alrighty. Race 3 coming up as we concluded race 2, Amateur Supersport Open. Race 3 coming up, Amateur Supersport Middleweight. This race is brought to you by Ride HVMC, the sponsor of the race.
And this one here has been a really exciting race as well that we saw yesterday. And so looking forward to seeing what these boys can do going into the Sunday race. Give you a little bit of info on the grid. Tyler Crozier's on pole, followed in second by John Peskin. In third, Thomas Higa. Fourth, Michael Bassani. Fifth, John Bradley. Sixth on the grid, Jay Bedke. Seventh on the grid, Marco Larios. Followed by eighth on the grid, Robert Miller. Ninth on the grid, Sean Vintner. 10th on the grid, Greg McCord. 11th on the grid, Chris Denley. 12th on the grid, Enrique Prado. 13th on the grid, Andres Huang. 14th on the grid, Hunter Underhill. 15th on the grid, Joshua Feinberg. 16th on the grid, Jerry Gerardo. 17th on the grid, Chase Hernandez. 18th is Jonah Schumann. 19th, Dominic Piazza. 20th, Joe Caudillo.
As the riders come around for their morning sight lap, getting those tires warmed up, getting those leathers stretched out, and getting those seats nice and cozy for the next race up ahead here.
Yep, and the overall standings so far going into the third round of the season, we have Tyler Crozier in first at 150 with 150 points. Michael Pisani is second with 112. John Peskin is in third in the standings with 80 points. So that's what we have right there.
Al, when you're out for your morning sight lap, you know, as you've raced some of these before, what's your emphasis when you're going out there? Are you just trying to clear your mind and just kind of get a flow for the track, or are you looking for anything particular? What's your goal when you're out there?
Yeah, when I'm out there, I'm sort of trying to feel, okay, what does the wind feel like out here? What am I going to experience going into the corner? I'm also thinking a little bit about just clearing my mind. Any particular obstacles that I'm seeing, just reminding myself, okay, here's my breaking point right here. I see where I'm going to make this turn in. But you're not going at full pace, but you're just thinking about all those things that you want to be doing in the race, trying to get those butterflies shaked out of you before you do your launch out and, as at the start.
Get yourself in the flow, into the groove of things before you go out for the race. I like it.
Yep. So again, one of the things we're going to want to see is, does Tyler Crozier just get out there and make a run for it? And you see him right there on the 915 right there.
Tyler, a little animator guy, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Again, these are amateurs, so they're learning their craft as they're coming around. Let's see how the start goes for these gentlemen. And they're off.
Shuffle around looks like first corner here.
Looks like some guys got to jump. Who do we have?
Looks like Tyler Crozier trying to make a quick work into the lead here.
Okay, here we see he went on the inside.
Holding a tight line as they come around corner 6.
Yep, coming after 5, and now they're heading into 6. Looks like Tyler Crozier's trying to make a little run for it right here.
Tyler getting out front early and trying to develop a gap so they can pull away from the rest of these boys falling behind.
Very nice shot there by the camera. All right, here we go. Look, we're going on to the straight right here. Off to the side right there, you see in the distance, you saw the cones that is telling the rider where their turning points might be. And now we have them dropping off the slide into the bowl, nice and smooth.
A little bit of shuffling behind Tyler for the position 2.
And here we go. Tyler for the first time tipping into 14 and 15. We got a good group of folks here going to be battling pretty shortly for some of those podium positions besides Tyler. And here we go as they cross the line for the first time. We've got Tyler Crozier with a 1:55.3 on his first lap, followed by John Bradley and John Peskin.
Jay Badik was, who has somebody off the track, I think, here. John Badik was holding second position earlier in this race and then shuffled down to fourth in that first lap. See if he can make some work of it and
get back up there. Yeah,
claw his way back up to the podium.
That's right.
Crozier as he comes around the side straightaway.
Okay, looks like I saw his leg come out right there. That means probably red flag, maybe. Look, yep, hands up. Looks like there's a red flag on the track. When you got a red flag, that means don't stop on the track, but they're going to pull you off the track because something's happened off track, which is creating some sort of risk, danger to the riders. Maybe somebody's gone off, and you want to make sure you can get that rider off who's gone off the track, get them off safely as quickly as possible. So what's going to happen here is they're going to bring these riders back into the grid and get them off the track so the proper folks that are going to oversee the safety and transport of the fallen rider.
Yeah, it looks like somebody ran off the track on corner 1 and lap 2. Hopefully they are okay. It's always frustrating when these things happen. We will go ahead and re-rack the grid as we have only completed 1 lap of the race, and so we will restart this race in its entirety.
Yep.
Yeah, you mentioned that he pulled his leg off.
Yep.
Like what's up with that?
What's happening is, again, because the riders have no rear view mirrors, they don't have any communications with one another. So about the only way riders have to communicate with each other is through hand signals or through leg signals. And when you're sticking a hand up or pulling your leg out, that's telling the rider behind you, hey, I'm slowing down, or there's a problem I have, or something that I'm seeing that's telling me that we got to slow down. And so that signal there for the rider is them pulling their boot out, sticking it out the way he did. If I'm a rider, that's telling me, hey, I'm slowing down. I got to be cautious of what's happening in front of me.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Okay.
And that happens sometimes because the rider up front, and you see some of the stands that are out on the track, those stands are manned, and they have the corner workers and the organization is using flags to let the riders know what's happening. And so the rider up front may have just seen that red flag and said, okay, I'm going to slow it down. I'm going to stick my foot out. I'm going to put my hand up, let people behind me know what's happening.
Beautiful shot here of the mountains and the scape out here at Chuckwalla Valley. Out here for round 3 of CVMA. We are in a red flag holding as we clear the track and make sure the safety crew is able to attend. There is a image of the rider who went down. Looks like he's okay up on his feet. Looks like there's a second rider actually that's gone down, being told. So we're going to have a little bit of cleanup to do here before we can get this next race underway, but it's good to see that he's up and walking. Here's an image of the first rider getting their bikes loaded up onto the trailer and taking it back to the paddock. Hopefully nothing too serious as far as injury and or bike damage, so then we can get these guys loaded back up and back out for another race.
Nah, rider looks A-okay. Nothing there but a little bit of bruised pride.
There you go.
and a repair bill.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what hurts more, the pride or the bill. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. A quick commercial break. We'll be right back with you guys.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Back from the commercial break. Out here, returning from a red flag holding, as we had some cleanup going on at the paddock, on the track, I'm sorry.
And here you see some of the activity in the pits, and here we are getting that bike loaded back up. Hopefully they'll have that track cleared up pretty soon, be able to get the bike out of the way, get the vehicles out of the way so that we can get back to some racing here. And got to give a shout out to the crew out there all day, you know, going out and, you know, making sure everybody's safe, making sure they're picking up bikes, and get everything ready.
Yeah, big thank you to CVMA and their entire crew for being able to put these events together for friends and family and racers alike to come out and enjoy. And big shout out, yes, to all the track crew that comes out and make sure everybody's safe, everybody's able to get their equipment on and off the track accordingly. Big thank you to 951 Live for broadcasting this for all the friends and family at home. Race 3, Amateur Supersport Middleweight. We are in a red flag holding out here at Chuckwalla Raceway out here in Desert Center, Southern California. Beautiful day. The sun is out. The skies are clear. No wind. Makes for great racing conditions out here.
Perfect conditions for racing.
Under the gun here to get all ready for the race. Oh, don't you just hate when you forget to clip your helmet? No shot you're getting that clip on with those leather gloves.
Yep. Doing his best to get everything back up.
That's Marco Larios as he gets ready for the race here. With Dominic Piazza to his left.
Again, what I really appreciate here on the grid, I think you saw a little bit of fist bumping right there. You know, these guys are fierce competitors, and when they're going out there, they just want to tear each other out. But before the race starts and then after the race starts, they're just hanging out and, you know, congratulating one another, telling each other stories about, you know, hey, I saw you do this out there. That was awesome, right? And so, again, just great camaraderie that we see out here in the paddock on a month in, month out basis, which is great.
Absolutely. It's a brotherhood and sisterhood out here with all these racers and riders alike.
Yep, and now they're out for the warm-up lap. So they'll get a chance to rescope the track, make sure that nothing's changed. Again, you know, they're concerned if, you know, bike went down, making sure that there's, you know, proper grip on the track, that no fluids were left undone. As a rider, those are things that you're always thinking about in the back of your mind. Hey, I just want to make sure as I'm going out on this lap, make sure everything looks the same way it did before.
Make sure there's no dirt or rocks that are there that weren't there before.
Yep, things get kicked up by the riders as they go off track.
Good opportunity for the riders to get their tires warmed back up.
Yep, and right through that shot right there, you see some of those cones out there. Again, there's going to be 4 cones and 3 cones, 2 cones and 1 cone. And that's to help the racers figure out, okay, where are my braking markers? Where am I going to be slowing down? How quickly is that corner coming up on me? Nice shot again of these turns, turn 11, 12 right here. Dropping into the slide again, dropping down about close to 2 stories. And then nice banking here on the bowl here as they go through. Beautiful shot right here. You again see the mountains out in the distance, the valley before you. Beautiful, beautiful out here.
as they come down the start straight to get gridded up for the race start here for race 3, Amateur Supersport Middleweight.
And again, you have, in this case, we have a little bit of a shakeup. I think, since they completed a lap, rather than being gridded as they were before, now they're gridded in the positions that they were in. And so in this case, we have Crozier gridded up in first, Jay Bedke gridded in second, Thomas Higa in third, Marco Larios in fourth, Enrique Prado in fifth, and they're about to take off. Getting those revs up. And they're off.
Smooth start from everybody as they go into the first corner, shuffling around, trying to make quick work of these early laps to get into the proper position they want to be in.
Tipping into turn 1, everybody making it through the turn 1 safely. Through turn 1 and 2. And now we see them coming into turn 4 and 5. There's a little bit of a lead change right here. Ooh, you see that?
Crozier not in first place. Oh, that isn't Crozier.
No, you got Crozier in first.
Crozier
He had lost first there for a bit and gained it back.
Is that Marco Larios?
I believe it is.
Marco Larios giving Tyler a run for his money. They only have 5 laps left to go.
And here you see them coming through turn 11 and 12, dropping down through 12. The slide, going through turn 13, the bull.
Thomas Higa in third, I believe that is.
Nice downshift right there. Going through 14, tipping into 15.
There's Bedke in fourth.
We see the rest of the crew giving chase right here. And as we come onto the front straight, Crozier again in first, followed closely. Marco Larios in second, Jay Bedke third, Thomas Higa fourth. Enrique Prado's moved up to fifth.
Crozier rounding out corner 4 into 5, holding a nice smooth line as he tries to manage this lead in this race 3 of the day.
Nice as you see them tipping in. You see them come in tight and apex on 4, and then you'll see them drift out to try to make that turn 5, get themselves as much drive as they can through that corner. And here you see them tip in, and this right here is the slowest part of the track. They got to take a lot of patience as they're going through here as well, because it's a bit off camber. Give it too much, you're gonna lose those tires.
Yeah, you don't want to unsettle the bike too much and ask too much out of it. Crozier on his triumph as he comes down the back straightaway, followed by a close Marco Larios, Jay Bedke, and Thomas Higa as they shuffle around for position 2. Thomas Higa trying to make some work on Bedke.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. Is he going to get a run on him?
Center on the inside line for corner 14. Bedke able to hold him off a little bit and brake a little bit later than Higa can.
He's getting a little impatient right there behind him. Hopefully, going to try to get another drive out of him, I guess, right here.
Marco Larios in front, Jay Bedke in second. Correction, Marco Larios in second, Jay Bedke in third, and Thomas Higa in fourth as they're battling around for the position. Tyler Crozier in first with a 155 in the last lap, 153 in this current lap that just ended.
In first, we have Tyler Crozier, second, Marco Larios, Jay Bedke in third, Thomas Higa fourth, Enrique Prado fifth, Chris Denley sixth, 7th, Greg McCord. 8th, Jerry Gerardo moved up. Jonas Schumann has also moved up into 9th.
Higa on the inside for the pass. Makes the pass complete.
Trying to get a run on him on the outside. Is he going to get squeezed out? Yep. See that? Squeezed out just slightly. And here we go. Is he going to, going to try to make a pass on the outside? Not enough room there. Not enough room.
Betke leading them into the back straightaway. Coming down into the slide here before shooting out into the right-hander bull.
Let's take a look at how they're going to try to get it on the outside. Nope. They got to come in, drop it a little bit.
Breathing down his back as he sets him up for the inside line. Who's going to break later? Betke still able to hold him off into this section here.
He is looking for a way around. He's really trying hard to figure out, okay, where am I going to get him? And as we see them coming back onto the straight right here.
Crozier in first, followed by a Betke and a Higa. Higa strong in these next following corners.
Yeah, he seems to be carrying a bit more corner speed, and that is the key to this track, is keeping that speed up, particularly mid-corner.
There he comes as he's inching closer and closer behind Betke. Betke trying everything he can to break later and accelerate sooner so he can get away from this guy. Diving into the right-hand corner for 6 and 7 as he comes to the side straightaway. Higa coming up behind him, getting the power down to the ground on his outside. Oh, gets a little unstable. Runs off the track.
There we go. Just
Not
ran
able
out
to
of
hold
room.
that line, runs off the track and loses the run at the position. Betke a little bit more patient, allowing Higa to make the mistake. Oh,
yeah, you can see that coming. He opened up a little bit too early, had a little bit too much lean on it, just was on the outside and had nowhere to go.
He had the confidence, but the bike didn't have the traction for him.
And here we go, a shot coming in, and looks like Crozier
out here on a race of his own as he leads his entire race for race 3 on Sunday, amateur Supersport middleweight. Tyler Crozier
with about close to a 4-second gap between Crozier and Betke. Both Betke and Crozier were running 153s in the last lap, but Crozier seems to have broken away a bit, and it would take a pretty much something pretty dramatic for Betke to be able to catch him at this point.
White flag is out. Tyler Crozier across the line. Jay Betke in second. Will Betke be able to do anything to close this gap before the end of this lap?
And now Crozier, all he has to do is just keep calm, hit his marks, get himself to the end.
Into third place. Higa falling down into fourth after a small mistake, which cost him 2 positions as he was trying to make the pass for second place. Not quite able to.
In a situation like this, last lap, you're just trying to focus on keeping those marks, hitting them, making sure that you don't do anything ridiculous or stupid here.
Now, with that mistake that we saw at a Higa, is that a byproduct of coming into the corner a little bit over aggressively and then letting off and unsettling the bike?
Yeah, well, you saw he was a little unsettled there, but he was trying to figure out where he was going to try to make that move and trying to make a decision. Do I get on the gas? Do I stay out? Do I get out there? Knowing that he was probably going to get drifted out, he tried to make a shot at it and was going to try to overtake him, just ran out of room.
It's unfortunate for Higa.
Yeah.
Tyler Crozier around the bull for the last time on this final lap here before he dives into corner 14, the left-hander, the heavy braking zone. Betke in a close second, but not quite enough to give him a run. towards Tyler.
Nice to see, though, that that ended up okay.
Checker flag is out. Tyler Crozier coming down the start straight for the final time as he crosses the white line. First place, Tyler Crozier. Second place, Jay Betke. And third, Marco Larios. Your unofficial race results as they cross the line. Great racing from these guys out here today. Let's get a second look at the attempt for the second place position between Higa and Betke. We'll come back to that replay in just a minute here. We're gonna go to a quick word from our sponsors, Dunlop, and we'll be right back with you.
Hi everyone, I'm Dale Keeper with Racer's Edge and Dunlop Racing Tires. I've got my boys over here working away, changing tires. I got customers coming up asking me what compounds to run, what air pressures to run. So, you know, my recommendations for these guys are harder compounds in the morning, but a little bit higher air pressures. In the afternoon, we can switch over to some softer compounds with some lower air pressures. That'll help with the grip level and durability to help them get out and be safe, but do well on the racetrack.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Welcome back from the break. We are getting ready here for race number 4, and we have a special guest that just joined us here in the booth here, Jason Primore.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, man, how you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing great. You guys are doing a great job. I love seeing this.
Man, you got Al starstruck over here, man.
I've known Al a little bit, so yeah, that's no worries.
Few years.
No problem. No, it's obviously Chuckwalla has always been super close to my heart. I love this place, and I think CVMA has done a really nice job on making it to where people can come improve themselves during the winter. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So there's where everybody else is digging out of the snow right now. We're out here on a perfect December day, like the weather we get.
Yep.
And you guys get to call great racing. So it makes it a lot of fun.
It's been great. And, you know, it's awesome that we get people from all over the country and from Canada, coming up from Mexico as well. People just having fun racing out here.
Yeah, you know, I think even up 5-6 years ago when I started doing my job with Moto America, I was telling a lot of teams and things like, you got to get up to California if you want to keep riding during the winter and work on, or if you have new riders you want to test, whatever. This is the place to come because we have the ability to have good weather, and there's not a better place to do it than under competition, right?
Certainly.
So testing's one thing, being able to do it under competition's another, and the fact that CVMA has followed along in some of the rules. In some of our Supersport classes and in Shootout classes and things, they've kind of aligned themselves with kind of some of the rules that Moto America aligns themselves with. You can really come here and see where you set up against people.
Yeah, and it's really great for some of the amateurs that are just coming up and the experts as well. As we see the pros come out over the winter, it's great to see themselves, and I'm sure for them being able to measure themselves against the best and where are they, and what do they need to do to improve, and then see them out on the track and what can I do to follow this guy or this gal in order to improve my own riding.
Couldn't agree with you more. And there's so many people around the country that say, I want to go do a Moto America race. And this is the perfect place to come and prove it, because you're going to get a lot of Moto America riders here. And arguably it's the fastest, the fastest club series in America without question, which is with the level of riders that you get here. So this is one of your classes here, I think, Supersport, where you see a lot of young kids coming through the ranks that want to get to that spot where they can go test themselves at the national level.
Yep, and as we see right here, race 4, as they're gridding up right now, we have riders on the grid. On pole, we have Hunter Seelig. Second, we have Edgar Zaragoza. Third, we have Jordan Tropkoff. Fourth on the grid, Jacob Monson. Fifth on the grid, Nicholas Telliard. Sixth on the grid, Jack Roach. Seventh on the grid, Lee Callens. Eighth, Michael Hall. Bernardo Pastor's ninth on the grid, and here we go.
Looks like Nick got Hunter got a good start, right?
Yep.
As they're coming around in corner 1, getting this race underway, shuffling around for position here.
And here we are. We're seeing battle coming right here through the corners. You'll see this 4-5 right here coming through.
See Hunter Seiling's the kid leading at the moment, and Al, he's been around for a long time. I mean, I've seen him since he was 13 years old out here, and now he's making a step too, not just in his riding, but him and Nick Seiling, his brother, they're doing a lot of work with teams in the Moto America paddock as crew chiefs and mechanics and stuff. So
yeah, it's great to see, right? As you see them start off as young teens, and you see them develop. It's been great for me because I was out of the paddock for a while, and I come back and I see someone like Michael Gilbert, who's just been doing it for quite some time as well at the pro level, and so it's just really nice to see. You literally see them grow up before your eyes and just improve so much.
Hunter Seiling leading us into the slide in the 10-degree bank right-hand bowl turn with Nicholas Telliard in a close second place as they're coming out of the bowl into corner 14.
Now, Jason, when you're watching this like this, what are you looking for to see what these riders are doing?
I think the neat thing about this is we have 2 young guys at the front. Nick's brand new to this. He's only been riding for maybe 3 years. It's like it's amazing how young he is in second. So watching these guys grow, like you said, has been a lot of fun. For Hunter hasn't had a ton of experience leading races, so. For me, I'm looking to see how those 2 guys are handling the situations they're in, because Nick has found some speed this weekend, and Hunter has had speed, but he's not really led a lot of races. And in this race, normally we'll see the Corey Alexanders and some other top guys. So these guys are learning how to win as well, not just riding and racing against some of the best riders. They got to learn how to win. So these 2 kids out front are literally that. They're teenage guys, and although Hunter might be 20 by now, but I think they're both teenagers. And for Nick, this is all new experience for him. And I think who's in third right now?
We have Jack Roach in third, followed by Jordan Tropkoff in fourth here.
Jack Roach is another kid. We saw him grow up here at CVMA. He started doing some national stuff, and you guys know that a lot of times it's just money that holds a lot of these kids back.
Absolutely.
And for seeing Jack, closing in on these guys now.
Yeah, and so what do you think the mentality is when you have to get that switch from going from, say, being second or third to being that guy who's routinely out in the lead?
Well, everybody wants to lead. Everybody wants to win, right?
Yeah.
And when you get to the front, sometimes you're like, okay, I got what I wanted. Now what am I going to do?
Yeah, what am I going to do with it, right?
So you have to really learn how to hit your marks. Make sure that you're riding your race. You can ride the track that's in front of you and stay focused. I mean, the big thing is this is what everybody wants to do. They want to be leading races, and all 3 of these guys are hungry. I know Hunter's hungry to win. I know Nick. I think Nick won one of your races last year. Yesterday, I think he passed Hunter maybe on the last lap. And for Jack Roach, seeing Jack back, how great is it to see him back? He's kind of traveled the world. He's been racing over in England for a couple of years, and then he's had a couple of years off now where he hasn't been riding at all. So the fact that he's kind of got himself back down here to Chuckwalla and he's riding, I think he's on an old R6 too. I don't think he's on anything new or special.
Right?
So, yeah.
Nick holding a tight gap behind Hunter doing everything he can to not let him get away from him. Jack Roach with a close third place, trying to get in the mix for the pass here for second. As they come into corner 4 here.
Looks like he gave it a bit of thought there, right?
Yeah, and those can be test runs too, and when you watch guys come out of 5 right now, it's really important that you're not opening the door too much going into 6, because it does give you a passing opportunity. And for Jack, Jack right now, he's caught these guys. He's done a really nice job, and he's hoping that they can kind of engage a little bit and maybe give him an opening as well. Because generally when you're in 3rd, if Nick tries to make a pass on Hunter, Jack's going to want to be the try to take advantage of that. You know what I mean?
Right?
Yeah, sometimes you're better off being behind and letting the guys in front of you make the mistake, and you just capitalize on the situation at hand.
Yeah, you kind of want to be there, but you can see Jack is really, really good in some spots. It looks like those guys have a little acceleration, obviously off the turns compared to him. But Jack hasn't been riding. I mean, he's just kind of dusting the cobwebs off.
Yeah.
And hopefully we're going to get a chance to see a lot more of him in the next coming months as well.
Yeah, and Jack really was is trying to get back up there. Last lap he was the fastest of that lead 3, right?
Right. Yeah, what was it? What are they doing time-wise right now?
Jack was doing a 147.7 on his last lap to 148.1 for Hunter, and with Nicholas up there at 148.0.
Nicholas holding a tight line, trying to find any possible gap to make the squeeze through for first place here as they're coming down the front straight. With 4 to go for race 4.
Beautiful.
Yeah, now you have a solid, 3 guys there in the front. And I know for Nick, his best time yesterday, I think it was a 48.2, winning that race that I think it was probably this race yesterday that he won. And you can already see Hunter, guarding a little bit. He's holding tight lines. I saw him just now between 14 and 15. Again, Nick has another look down the inside, but Hunter's just got that closed off. You see how tight he is all the way through, but that small mistake that Nick made going in there allowed Jack to sneak through.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see what Jack can do there now. Again, running just a slightly faster lap time than the two of them were ahead, right?
Yeah.
Jack moving up into position 2. Nicholas falling into 3rd, with Hunter Sealing still leading us around.
Yeah, and you saw that little, just sort of got up a little bit too close to him, and that kind of messed up his drive a little bit.
That's all it was.
That, right?
It was kind of one of those gray areas where you're thinking about trying to go through, and then you kind of last minute realize you can't make it, ran him a little bit wide, and allowed Jack to sneak under. So if you watch down through here, this is where Hunter has been, he's going to go really tight into the bowl. He's not going to allow somebody to sneak down the inside of him. So it's making Jack already open up the bowl there. And then Hunter's this is where I saw the last lap. You watch Hunter come through. Look at Jack's got a nice run on him going down to 14. And then this is where Hunter is pretty tight on the exit of this and even into the next. So he's just protecting. And that's, probably hurting Hunter's times a little bit, but he realizes that he's got somebody right up behind him as Jack has a look there in 16.
Yep.
Jack all over Hunter as he's trying to get the pressure on him so that he can make a mistake to get around him for the lead. As they're coming around to start straight again for 3 to go.
Now, as they're approaching that lap traffic, I think one of the things they're going to have to be thoughtful of is how are they going to get around it, right?
Yeah, they're going to catch them between 2 and 3 here. It looks like the first 2 guys were going to get through pretty easy, and it looks like Zaragoza now is caught up to them also. So what kind of times is it?
Zaragoza's running 147.9 to the 148s and 149s up on top.
Zaragoza with our fastest lap for the day or for the session so far.
Yeah, so Zaragoza, fastest lap of the race, as you say. He's got some momentum going. He's going to have to try to make something happen. You see Hunter's bike moving around just a little bit there on the exit of turn 5.
Oh.
Yeah, the boys are pushing, aren't they?
Yeah.
Down the inside of him.
Jack gets a mistake on the inside. Jack goes for the lead as they come around Garcia Hill, making a quick right hand, exiting the back straightaway. That's all it takes, a small little mistake, and you got to be there ready to capitalize on it.
Yep, exactly right. And Jack's done a nice job of getting through 8, 9, 10. Passing a guy going into 8 is very difficult to do. So this is really nice work from Jack Roach at the front, and it looks like Nick got through on Hunter as well. And look at Zaragoza; he was lining up Hunter also. So what I would expect here is Jack's setting the pace out front. I think Nick will probably run maybe the fastest lap of his race on his next. trying to close that gap. And Zaragoza now is all over the back of Hunter as well. So, did Nick just go down?
Oh, man. Got a rider down.
Yeah.
Oh man, he hit the ground pretty hard.
I actually saw the front go before he fell.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Hopefully he's okay as he gets up.
But, again, he's young, and the call on him probably trying to do a faster lap was just trying to close that gap in there, and it's so easy to do. I just hope he's
up on 2 feet. Looks to
like
be
he's
okay.
He's up and walking.
Probably more frustrated about the race result than him going down.
And here we go into the last lap.
White flag is out.
It's interesting, right, on this track as well. So different than some of the other tracks that riders are going to. It's all about keeping that mid-corner speed and sometimes having some patience too, right?
Yeah. I tell everybody all the time that as you go faster, the word patience has to become part of your vocabulary even more. And at a track like Chuckwalla, it's so flowing, and it really teaches you how to roll through the middle of corners and have some corner speed and things. There's not a lot of heavy braking zones in this place, and so really nice. It's good to see this kid doing well because he's a really good guy. He's a guy that should be on a bike. He's had some bad luck with some different teams and things that he's got himself associated with. His dad's a good dude too, and this. I know look, people will say, oh, it's club racing, but again, we're at CVMA. It's tough to win races here.
Absolutely. Really tough.
And this is going to do him a lot of good just with his confidence. It's going to make him feel good to see a checkered flag, I'm sure.
Club racing or not, but the intensity is still high as these guys come around for the last lap of the day for race 4 for Supersport Middleweight.
And Jason, you're still doing training out here as well, aren't you?
Yeah, no, I'm still working with a lot of riders. It's fun. That's how I know so many of them.
Yeah.
They're it is literally a family out here of people, and I think part of it is because we're an hour away from anywhere really big. So if you are in need of something, there's always people here that are going to help you kind of find what you need. And really good win here for Jack. Really, really proud of him.
Checker flag is out. Jack Roach with the first place unofficial result. Played the patient game and was able to capitalize as we have Hunter in second. Correction, Edgar Zaragoza comes through in second and Hunter Sealing in fourth.
Yeah, it was great. Some of the things
looks like the bike is still there.
No, I thought it was a bike, but I think it's Robert's quad.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what's that in the distance?
I was going to say, one of the things I remember taking some coaching from you 15 years ago when you had your school was thinking about, I remember you breaking down a section and telling me, like, look, where is the least important part of this track?
Mm-hmm.
The least important part of the track is where you're going to be going the slowest. It's not real. And I remember those conversations.
Turn 9 here, everybody talks about Crash Hill,
and trying to gain some momentum right there on that Crash Hill, right? And it's like, look, be patient there. Take the time. What are you going to gain there, if anything?
Yeah.
It's really about getting that drive out onto the back straight, getting the best drive you possibly can. And there we have a replay.
Nick's crashed there, and it's too bad because like I said, he'd gone quicker than he'd gone all weekend in this race, so he was pushing hard. But it's just from experience. It's really frustrating when you crash in a corner that's not that important. Every corner is important to us as racers, right?
Sure.
But when you look at turn 9, you're just under such risk there every lap. If you're going to continue to push as hard as you can into there, your risk levels go up, and it's hard to do the same thing like that lap after lap. So,
and it's interesting because I think some of the people sort of start to get that now, right? In the sense that we're not seeing a lot of crashes right there on turn 9. It's in the other areas where people are finding, okay, maybe just a little bit of opportunity here for just a little bit more corner speed as I'm doing.
There's more important places to try to find speed here, and there are a lot of places to find speed at Chuckwalla. So,
what do you think on your end? What are some of the corners that you think?
When you look at there's so many. I mean, 4, 5, 6, 7 are a combination going this direction, and obviously you got a great shot of the bowl here. That's very unique to to any racetrack that we really have in America. We've got a bowl turn here that's really extremely banked, and I think that you can continue to test yourself in a place that offers a lot of camber like the bowl turn does.
Yeah.
So it can teach you some things. There's a lot of things in the slide that you see these guys going through before they get to the bowl. It's blind. You can't see on your entry and into 12 and such. So
we're gonna go to a quick commercial break, guys, and be right back with you as we get ready for race 5.
just got done watching.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS number 1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
As winter descends across North America, a curious migration begins. Velocitus addictus, driven by instinct and an unhealthy dependence on adrenaline. It journeys south to its winter habitat, the sun-baked deserts of Southern California. Here, ritual takes over. The warming of tires, the donning of leathers, and then silence breaks. This is Velocitus addictus in its natural environment. Fierce, vast, and gloriously loud. It's survival of the quickest. CVMA. Learn how to join the migration at cvmaracing.com or watch all the action at 951 Live.
And we're back from the commercial break as we get ready for race 5 of the day for Formula Ultra Lightweight out here in CVMA Round 3, Chuckwalla Raceway for Round 3.
Yep. And for race 5, we have 2 waves. So first wave of this race 5 is going to be Formula Ultra Lightweight. We have Sawyer Lafayette on pole, Nathan Gravel second, third Joshua Smith, Dennis Garcia Delgado fourth, Bodie Kaiser fifth on the grid, sixth on the grid, Brody Komzak, Alex Abe on seventh, eighth on the grid is Justin Napik, ninth on the grid, Himesh Carrera, and here we go, watching them launch. Second wave is also CVMA Hooligans. Oh, we have a crash going in the first. Yep, just slid right off of going on turn 2.
I think we already have a red flag, maybe?
Not yet.
We have 2 bikes down off the edge of the track here.
We still have, I think that's Sawyer up front.
There's a shot of the riders went down after the first corner. Like that's one of the oh, is that a...
And here we go with Hooligans. Bill Coolhand is on pole, Rusty Gill second, John Glafke, on third, Alex Calloway was fourth, Aiden Mendoza fifth, Douglas Dara sixth, seventh was David Lancaster on the grid.
I think that was Nathan Gravel. I went down in that first corner there. Red flag situation.
Okay,
here.
red flag.
We're going to re-rack them. It's unfortunate. Looks to me that everybody's okay as they get the bikes off the runoff here.
That's going to take us here for a few minutes. Well, I got to tell you, it was really cool to have JP, Jason Pridmore, with us there on that last race. That was really cool.
Absolutely. Hope he'll be back here for the shootout coming up after race 5 here. For those that don't know, shootout actually pays out for podium for top 5 in each position.
Yeah, actually, those are good payouts for those races right there. When we're talking the shootout itself, payouts are, I think it's $3,000 for first place.
Yeah, we have
Right.
almost $20,000 in payouts for 4 race classes, with all the shootout classes positions first through 5th. So if you definitely want to make sure you're in those races.
Yep. So with the shootout, again, it's a 10-lap race. First is going to pay third. Second, $3,000 for first. Second is going to pay $2,000. Third is going to pay $1,500. Fourth is $1,000 and pays all the way to fifth at $750. For the Supersport middleweight shootout, you're going to see payouts for $2,000 for first, $1,500 for second, $1,000 for third. Fourth is $750 and all the way up to fifth place at $500. Again, the middleweight shootout is a 10-lap race. And now we have the boys lining back up and the women who are on the grid lining back up.
We're going to go back out for another sight lap here and warm up.
Yep. Lightweight twins is going to be an 8-lap race on the shootout, and that's going to pay out $1,000 for first. Second is going to pay out $750. Third is going to pay out $500. Fourth is paying out $250. Fifth is paying out $150. Likewise, with the ultra lightweight shootout, it's going to be an 8-lap race coming up, and that's going to be a $1,000 payout for first. Second is $750. Third is going to be $500. Fourth is going to be $250, and fifth is going to be $150. So there's money on the line there for folks racing.
That'll be for your shootout races. That'll be starting on race 6. Right now we are on sight lap for race 5 for Formula Ultra Lightweight. Quick word from our sponsors here. Dunlop, ride Dunlop, the #1 tire brand sold in North America. Racer's Edge Performance, providing the best customer service for Dunlop tires. Find some of the best quality track days and coaching programs at Chuckwalla. Wolf Transport, our passion is moving yours. AYS Plumbing, trusted plumbing, fair quotes, quality work every time. Law Tigers, the resource the motorcycle community turns to. If you're involved in a motorcycle accident, call Law Tigers. Race Pace Track Days provides highly experienced riders with a unique no-session format event to hone their skills and or test and tune their motorcycle. Warriors in need, front lines, finish lines, transition strong, ride hard. From military service to civilian life, we help veterans shift gears and ride hard with our racing community. Jason Reyes, State Farm Insurance, complete protection for the automotive enthusiasts. Call 888-485-5070. Apex Assassin believes every track day rider has a racer inside. Our mission is to make that leap easy, safe, and unforgettable. Magic Custom Graphics. If you can race it, we can wrap it. Shop magicsc.com. Rider Gear. Performance you can feel. Protection you can trust. Milwaukee. Nothing but heavy duty. And a special thank you to CVMA again and their entire team for all their hard work putting these amazing events together, not only for racers out here today and for the viewers at home. And a big thank you to 951 Live and their crew for putting on this event. Live broadcast and their camera crew out there in the circuit. Getting these beautiful shots of the track here. We got a beautiful shot of the bowl, 10-degree right-hand bank with the beautiful desert background.
I got to tell you, one of the guys I'm interested in watching, one of the racers out here, he's gridded 8th on the grid, is Justin Napick. I got a chance to talk to him at around the paddock yesterday. Came all the way down from Canada, and he's responsible. He does a lot of track day and race coaching, and he's responsible for a lot of those Canadians coming down here, and actually responsible for a lot of Canadian #1 plate holders that he's coached over the course of time. So, he's riding a small bike, but he's got a lot of experience. So it's going to be fun to see if he can make any movement in this race. One of the racers I'm going to be watching out for.
Sawyer Lafayette, number 616, right there. 14-year-old that's been, I believe, undefeated this weekend so far.
Yeah, and again, he's coming all the way down from all the way up from Washington as well. So traveling quite a bit to get out here. His goal out here this year is to win some championships.
Well, he's on the right path, that's for sure.
Yep. And they're off. So we have the first wave, which was Formula Ultra Lightweight. Second wave right here, which is about to start, again, is CVMA Hooligans, and a slightly different setup for these bikes. As you can see, very little fairing work on them. They have high bars that they're riding, so slightly different bikes. Bikes that you don't normally see kitted out to be out on the racetrack, which is, so it's kind of fun to see these bikes. You got a couple Harleys in the mix. You've got a Triumph 765, a few other bikes like that, that just an interesting mix of street bikes that are just getting out here and putting some number plates on and coming out and racing. And out in front in the lead here, you see Sawyer Lafayette all by himself up in the lead. He's already got what looks like a couple second gap.
I believe that was Nathan Gravel that had went down in the first opener. He's usually giving Sawyer a run for his money, keeping him honest here. Not look like he'll be joining us for this race.
We got a couple of the races, as you can see, nice and smooth going down the slide. Real opportunity here to get some speed coming through the bowl. Again, highly banked section of the track. And if you have that ability to keep it smooth and keep on the gas, you can see you can get a little bit of you can start to close that gap a bit as the person there did.
Coming around in corner 14, down to 15 here.
And as you see, coming through lap 1, Sawyer Lafayette in first. Put down a 158.4.
Sawyer Lafayette with first. Brody comes out with second.
At a 202.9, followed closely by Bodie Kaiser at a 203.
Bodie Kaiser making the pass into second place here as they're trying to chase down Sawyer Lafayette as they're coming around corner number 5.
Very smooth, very nice pass right there. And again, you see with these amateurs right here, and how you can tell the differences between the amateurs and the experts and pro. Amateurs are going to have these yellow plates up front. And that's going to let you know right here, for example, as we see Bodie Kaiser tip it in, you'll see that yellow plate up front. That is what tells you, okay, amateur versus white plate, which is expert.
Komzak not trying to let him get away from him as they come around the back straightaway. Taking the right-hander before they go into the slide.
Yeah, really, I think Sawyer has really been able to get away there for a second. Don't see him in the picture anymore.
Sawyer leading a race on his own.
But you see, these guys here are gonna start mixing it up pretty soon. They've got different strengths and weaknesses here, where one is faster in other corners. So I think we're gonna see a nice battle here brew up between these two right here.
Bill Colohan in first for CVMA Hooligans, Alexander Calloway in second, and Rusty Gill in third. As they come around the front straightaway here. Shot here of Kaiser and Komzak. They're coming around 6 to 7 the side straightaway. Kind of set up for the inside, try to hold a tighter line.
Saw a little instability there as he was getting on the brakes, right?
Got to be there to capitalize on these mistakes here.
Yep. And who do we have leading here in this shot?
I believe that is Kaiser leading us around.
So you got Bodie versus Brody.
Yeah.
There we go. So Brody up in second with Brody in third. And here we have a beautiful shot here of that is Bill Coulihan right there. Be cool. Look, just beautiful right there as he's going through the bowl. So smooth. Just hitting his marks. Gotta love that. I love his paint scheme too, along with his leathers. Just such a nice shot. He's starting here to catch one of the ultra lightweights. He's trying to figure out how to make that pass clean, not upset. There we go, right on the inside, made that pass.
Easy work on the inside, no issue there.
Yeah, great. Beautiful.
Nice shot of Coulihan coming down this front straightaway.
And Be Cool right there just set a lap time of 155.2. Bill Coulihan. Beautiful shot. Here he comes into turn 4. Going to try to late apex right here on 4 and then drift out. There you see him drifting out to come back in for a nice and tight apex on 5. Little short straight right here. Drop right into 6th. Gonna drift out just a little bit, drift out, then bring it back nice and tight into 7. Get as much drive as you can coming out of that corner with his short shoot right here. And then again, he's tipping in. And here we have a shot of the leader of ultra lightweight, Sawyer Lafayette, just killing it out there. Last lap time for Sawyer was a 155.6.
He's found his groove for sure.
Look at that, nice and steady. You see his eyes, you see his helmet pointed right where he wants to go, right? His eyes are leading him through this corner right now, through 15. Another little short shoot. Then again, coming through as you see him dropping in. Just maintain, drift out, just have a little bit of patience right here. Tighten it back up, try to straighten out that front straight as much as you can going through that corner.
2 to go for race 5. Formula Ultra Lightweight. Sawyer Lafayette has been leading us around the entire race so far, with a Bodie Kaiser in second, Brody Komzak in third, Alex Aib in fourth, Paul Kuhn in fifth, Jake Tran in sixth place, Gordon Branson in seventh, Shay McGregor in eighth, Abigail Wessels in ninth, Hamish Korea in 10th.
Yeah, nice to see Jake Tran in 6th in the ultra lightweight setup as well. Jake's only been riding for about 5 months now. Started out literally not knowing anything about how to ride motorcycles, and put himself through some intensive training. Got a lot of feedback and a lot of advice from a lot of folks, and now you see him being a legit racer out here just 5 months after he started. It's a pretty cool story.
Yeah, from going zero time to 5 months, and you're out here racing out here in CVMA. That's pretty impressive to say the least.
Really is. And here we have another beautiful shot here of Be Cool, Bill Coulihan. Here we go. Turn 11, turn 12, dropping right back down the slide.
This track does promote a bunch of flow, doesn't it?
Oh man, it's like poetry out here. Beautiful. Get on the brake, do a downshift here. Drop in a 15. In. Nice and rhythmic. Drift out.
Rusty Gill in second with a 3.6 gap. White flag is out as Bill Coulihan finishes this last lap in the lead.
Yeah. Bill Coulihan's best lap on this race so far has been a 1:54.9. Sawyer Lafayette, again, cranking out there with a 1:55.69. Again, thinking about how these races have been paired up, it's really cool to see that, you have these larger bikes on the Hooligans, right? Much more horsepower than that you have on these ultra lightweights, but they're making their speed in different ways. Those Hooligans are, really cranking as they go on the straightaway. But when it comes to that mid-corner speed, those smaller bikes can really hold quite a bit. Ultimately results in, very, very similar lap times over the course of 2.5 miles.
Yeah, speed management into the corners are definitely going to make a difference here.
Nice.
Sawyer Lafayette coming into a smooth final lap here.
There he goes. Negotiated that bull section very well. Come through, tip it right into 14. Turn 15 again, drifting out a bit, then just cutting that tight. Nice shot. Keep trying to get it up straight as quickly as he can. Now he's going to tip right in. 16. There we go. Such a great color scheme. I love it. Be cool.
Sawyer Lafayette ran into corner 16, 17 in the front straightaway. Checker flag is out as he crosses the finish line. First place for Sawyer Lafayette.
Great race.
For race 5 for Formula Ultra Lightweight for round 3 of CVMA. Coulihan was chasing him down for second place for the overall race.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah,
actually.
pretty impressive.
Yeah, pretty good on him, actually.
We got a replay right here.
Here's the pass from Comzak.
Got it done early, just before they tipped in. Let them know, showed them a wheel, let them know, hey, I'm here. And had no choice other than to let them through.
Right.
Yeah, really cool.
Okay, we're going to go a quick commercial break. And coming up next will be our shootout races, so you don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
And we're back from the break. So we have a shot of somebody getting picked up here on the circuit here. This concluded race number 5 for the evening out here in beautiful Desert Center at Chuckwalla Raceway, round 3 of CVMA. I am Adrian Peritoner, accompanied by Al Garcia, and special guest in the booth, Jason Price, here to join us to call the shootout races coming up here. Jason Pridmore. Now I'm a little starstruck, Al.
Oh, man. This is such a great opportunity and just such a great treat to have you here with us, JP. Love it.
It's no problem. I appreciate it, guys, a lot. And, this is the fun race. This is the shootout. This is
the shootout.
And it's, when you think about it again, what the club has done and being able to, pay for a win is nice. These guys get to come out here and I think it's $3,000 to win this race.
It is.
And it's a little bit longer race. And you've got a who's who that's been around here, and there's a lot of national level guys. You're going to see in the middle of your screen Dion Campbell there, 194. I think he's Bryce Prince, Dave Anthony, Michael Gilbert. You got all these really top level guys.
Top level guys.
And then you see kids that can now, see how they can do against these top level guys that they get to watch on the Moto America weekends.
Yeah, and it's interesting, right? Because over here at the club level, we're doing sprint races versus in the pros where they're having a much longer 35, 45-minute race, right? So as they start doing these faster laps, the pros are accustomed to it, but the experts get a sense of understanding, okay, how is this affecting my body? How are my tires reacting differently, right? I mean, there's just as you start stretching that race out, it does fatigue and other things, right? It does.
100%. You get to see, I think the shootout, is it 10 laps this one, right?
Yep, 10 laps.
You can see how tires start to go off. We have a long track too. Chuckwalla is not your normal sort of 2 mile long track. It's, 2.5, 2.7, I think it is.
Yeah, something like that.
So when you look at it, it's, their laps are a little bit longer, and we have a tire war. Obviously Pirelli is out here, Dunlop's out here. There's riders that are jumping on different tire brands and such. So if you're going to go to Moto America, you're going to be on Dunlops and try those. But like I said, Pirelli's done a great job of, I think Pirelli has like a bounty that if you break lap records, they pay you for that, which is, so it's kind of nice. It's nice to see that there's some competition even off the track as well as on it.
As our riders go out for their warm-up lap for race 6 for the shootout, up to almost $20,000 that CVMA is putting up for these racers for the next 4 races coming up. A little bit longer race format here. First place for the shootout will be receiving $3,000. Second place up to $2,000. Third, $1,500. Fourth, $1,000. And fifth will be up to $750.
Yep. And with this race, the shootout on pole, we have David Anthony. In second position, we have Andy Brenson. Completing the third row, we have Dion Campbell. Fourth, Nicholas Seelig. Fifth, Mark DeGrosse. Sixth on the grid is Chris Elliott. Seventh on the grid, Jason Fite. Eighth, Michael Gilbert. Ninth on the grid, Bryce Kornbaugh. 10th on the grid, Alex Palacios. 11th on the grid, Manuel Segura. 12th on the grid, Ryan Shu. And closing out the grid is Sahar Vic with 13th on the grid.
Yeah, so when you look at this, like you look at a kid like Chris Elliott, who I've watched come through Junior Cup ranks and things like that. And so, now he's on a big bike, and I know Anthony Norton, another guy that we've seen a bunch around here.
Years, yeah.
He's been helping him. And so for a kid like Chris, this is a real opportunity because I know he wants to, I've seen him at Moto America races as well, and it's an opportunity for him. And then you got a guy like Mark DeGrosse. I mean, Mark is, he does all our Formula 40 stuff, and he rips around this place. And so you just got this mix and a big blend. You got past champion and Michael Gilbert riding in this one. Unfortunately, Corey Alexander's not here. Corey dominated this class last month, going counter. I watched you guys call that race, and he was on the Ducati. Yeah. But he had some commitments that he had to be back to New York for. So unfortunately, Corey's not here, and he's won the championship the last couple of years. So it's wide open now. You can expect to see right off the bat Nick Seiling getting a good start. He always gets good starts, and then go from there.
Yeah.
As our riders go onto the grid and get ready for this race start.
Dave Anthony on the left has been around for a long time too.
A long time.
And let's see who gets the start here. A lot of those BPR Yamahas, you see all the blue and yellows up there.
Yep. A lot of Yamahas in this race.
Yeah. And Nick trying to get through on Dion. You can see him there from the second row, but it looks like it's going to be Dave Anthony. It's going to lead their way through turn 1 there.
Shuffle around through the first corner, trying to make quick work and get into position as they're coming around in a corner 4, making the hard left.
It's going to be really important, I think. You see Michael Gilbert and Dion Campbell both there in second and third behind Dave. I think Dave's on a Superbike, so I think he's, Dave's so seasoned. He's ridden everything. He's fast on everything. But in one of the previous races, this is kind of the finishing order of one of our previous races in the day. And you're going to see Bryce Kornbaugh there in 4th. So BPR bikes running 2nd through 4th at the moment. But I think for Michael and Dion, it's just a matter of keeping Dave a little bit closer early in these laps. Because if you guys remember, they kind of closed in on Dave late in that race.
Yeah.
So I think if they can keep him a little bit closer, and Bryce is going to be there as well.
Yep.
I think it'll do them well. So on new tires right now, brand new tires, tanks are full. If those 3 guys behind can keep Dave a little bit honest, it should make the last half of the race kind of fun.
Coming down the backslide into the Brightham Bowl, 10-degree bank turn. Power down to the ground as they're scrambling around and catch the leader here.
I always find it really interesting too, guys, to kind of see what the first lap is from a standing start. You know, these guys, you can expect them to be in the 44s, maybe even the high 43s as far as race lap times. So you think about how fast like a minute 46 is from a standing start, which is probably in around that time that these guys should be at 46, 47. So we'll see as they come down the start finish for the first lap.
And as you called it, Dave Anthony right there with a 146.7, followed by Michael Gilbert in second with a 147.1. Third, Dion Campbell with a 147.3. Bryce Kornbaugh right behind as well with a 147.6.
Yeah, and it's so important that those first couple laps are just so key. And David's done a good job here of not only getting the great start from pole position, but starting to pull that little bit of a gap.
Yeah, right on the straight, he had about a 0.6 of a gap, but looks like he's starting to just inch out just a little bit more. How long's Michael been riding that R1 that you know of?
He actually bought that bike this year from Bryce. Bryce, again, we've seen Bryce around for a long time.
Yep.
And he's done such a good job. Look at all three of these BPR R1s going up through this turn 9 at the moment. But Michael just, he had a couple years there where he had some injuries and so on. Still wants to ride a lot. He's been doing some world endurance overseas.
Yep.
And then Dion has really made a big step also this last year, riding in Moto America. He got on the podium at Mid-Ohio in Stock 1000 class. And Bryce has done it, he's created a little niche for himself there. Yeah. He's very sharp, Bryce, in the sense that he's very knowledgeable about bike setups and motorcycles and building them.
Yeah, he's been one of the go-to guys now in the paddock, started.
Sorry.
Trying to make the pass here for second place. Not quite able to.
You can see that gap it pulled out there, Adrian.
Absolutely.
You can see he tried to get down the inside of him in 14, took a little test shot. And really, when you look at it, this is where Michael and Dion were a little bit stronger than Dave the last half of the lap. And then Dave's pretty good, like from turn 1 to turn 7, turn 9. He's able to pull away, but you can see that little gap that was created, from him taking a shot at him going into 14.
Coming around into corner 1 with 8 to go. For race 6, David Anthony leading him around. Michael Gilbert in second, Dion Campbell in third, and Bryce Kornbaugh in fourth. Nicholas Seiling in fifth.
What are we at? Minute 44.1? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yep, 144.1.
Yeah,
David Anthony.
So that's like really fast around here. I think a lot of people that come to Chuckwalla, kind of that 2-minute barrier is the thing that people think about. And then they get to 2 minutes and they start asking me, Jason, how are these guys doing 43s and 44s? Because that's such a different level, And that's what you get when you get 4 guys that have all raced and won at a very, very high level. So you see Dion now has kind of closed that gap back into Michael. And talking with Dion this morning, he was looking to felt like he was charging turns a little bit too much. So we talked a lot about just getting that brake lever released. This is a place where you roll a lot. So get that thing released as much as you can and carry more speed, which is what the R1 likes to do. And you can see he's kind of ramped himself back up. He's on a good lap this lap, what Dion is.
As he's diving into the corner,
didn't he?
That seems to be his comfortable spot for this layout here.
Yeah, and Adrian, I think if he could just be a little closer, like he's just got to be a little closer coming out of the bowl. If he can be a bike length or so closer, he might be able to make that move on Michael. But see how much these guys close up on the back of David? Like they've really closed in. So I'm interested to see what Dion Campbell's lap time is going to be this lap. Turn 14 there, again, he kind of got balked a little bit, but...
It's like Dion Campbell on the outside trying to make an early work onto the corner 1, not quite able to.
They've kind of dropped Nick Seiling off in the back, but they've done a good job. Those 3 bikes behind David Anthony right now have done a good job of keeping him honest, like I said. And we'll see how that plays out, because you got to get creative here. You've got to get creative at Chuckwalla to make passes. It's not easy to pass around this place. And,
not a lot of places where you're going to be able to make that pass heavy on the brakes, right?
Yeah, it's a big commitment. And so when you see a guy like Dion taking chances like that or taking shots, they're like little test shots of, and he'll know that he's got to be closer. And Michael's going to be aware. He's going to have felt that, that Dion was up the inside of him. He's going to be able to have heard that as well. So really the danger guy here for me is Bryce, because Bryce is really good on the edge of the tire on that R1. And I think that if he can, as the tires start to fall off a little, it'll be interesting to see if he can move past these three.
Yeah, and each of Michael, Gilbert, and Bryce on such, I have to imagine, such equally prepped bikes. Maybe, differences in how they like the suspension, maybe little tweaks here and there, but overall, pretty equivalent motorcycles, I would imagine, right?
Yes. Yeah. See the move that Dion just tried there into the bowl? I would love to see him just be a little bit more patient in following Michael through the bowl. Because I think if he can be right behind Michael coming out of the bowl, he might be able to do something with him in 14, because Michael's racing ahead of him right now. He's trying to figure out what he's going to do with Dave Anthony once he gets on the back of him. So that could play to an advantage to the guys behind.
And these guys can all be playing the waiting game too. As they get closer towards the end of this race, they'll scramble a little bit more aggressively to make these position moves right before the last final laps here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We got one more lap till halfway, right? So
it's 10 laps. Tons of time.
Yeah, we still got 6 laps to go, and I think majority would have expected that David would have maybe got away a little bit more than he has, and but yeah, again, Dion is going to be a guy that we're going to have to watch for here in 4th.
And you think at this stage of the race, there's just a little bit of patience, a little bit of waiting game happening there, amongst those three.
I think maybe a little bit is we're looking a little bit further back here at a few of the riders. I think that might be Mark DeGrosse there in the middle crease there too. I'm not quite sure. Yeah. So I'm just looking to see who might be Ryan Shue. Oh, Mark's gonna. Yeah, he just
a little runoff right there.
Or it might have been Justin Fight. I'm not sure. Can't see the numbers from here, but obviously these guys were going. So here back at the front here with Dave Anthony now going down the slide.
David Anthony in first.
Yeah, it looks like David Anthony was able to just get a little bit of a gap right there in those last couple turns, right?
And even though we were pulled away, there could have, these guys might have gotten each other's way a little bit or something, right? So yeah, there's definitely a gap.
Bryce Cornbell in 3rd and Dion Campbell in 4th now.
That's a good call there, Adrian. Yeah, I think that's... Bryce is so good. I've been out on the track with him, and he's really good at the way he sets a bike up here. Look, see if he tries to go underneath Michael. Not sure if he made that or not, but he's really good at being able to hold a tight line and make passes on guys under acceleration in the middle of turns, which I'd never really seen that before, and he did it in turn 4 and 5 in front of me one day, and I was like, whoa, that's... Yeah, he has the ability to really get that bike turned. He's got a setup that works nicely for him.
David Anthony leading us around this entire race so far as we're halfway through this race. 5 laps to go. David Anthony with a 144.2 and Michael Gilbert in 2nd place with a 144.5. Bryce Cornbell with a 144.4 and Dion Campbell in 144.42.
Yeah, so when you look at David, right, Adrian, he's only 1/10 off his best lap of the race that last one. So he's still able to... He's still got tire underneath him. This is where he shines. He's really good in the first sort of half of the lap. And then once they get down to the slide, it seems like the other three kind of can close up a little bit.
Michael Gilbert looking over his shoulder to see where the competition is behind him. As they're coming around the back straight into the slide.
Oh, just such a nice shot right there. It's just the way it just drops down in unison right there.
It's a really fun part of the track, too, And see, Mikey pulls away mid-corner there. Bryce runs the thing in there and runs it up, and his drive is going to be really good.
Right here.
See, he pulls it back up. But
yeah, you see that.
Dion's probably going to feel a little frustrated that Bryce has got by, because I think Dion had a chance to get by Michael a couple of times, and Mikey's hard to pass here. He's got a ton of laps, former champion again here. Yep. Mikey's won it 4 times. The overall #1 plate, so...
Coming around the front straight again. David Anthony leading us around.
Yeah, David Anthony still with the 144 flat, basically.
Fastest lap of the race there.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So that's why you see that gap opening up that you guys are talking about. And Bryce is going to see that now. He's going to... This is where his bike has always worked really well. But Mikey being on the same R1 now, I'm sure he's learned some things, looking at the data. All 3 of these guys look at the same data. So
David probably understanding that he's past the halfway mark and putting up a little bit of the intensity just to build a bigger, more comfortable gap from the pack behind him. Don't want to give anybody an inch.
You know, it's nice though for like David, you know, if he comes by the front straightaway and he's got anybody out there, there's nothing better than knowing that you're opening up a small gap and motivates you to just kind of keep pushing forward. Kind of got to feel like if he can run another 44 flat or low 44 at least, you can see he's just getting away from the group behind him.
Yeah, maybe a couple more laps just trying to break them, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're Bryce Cornbell, you want to do everything you can to get around Michael, especially making a position on third.
He's closer this time. Like, he was closer in the middle of it. So you saw Bryce change up his line a little bit in the bowl. He didn't go as high that time.
Mm-hmm.
So it looked like he was trying to kind of roll around there with Mikey. And, you know, Michael, I think if Bryce is close enough into this last corner, he's trying really hard. He's going to be setting up. He's going to be setting up to the left of Mikey now, and then he's going to try to sneak up underneath him in the middle.
On the inside line he goes. And
there he goes.
Makes the pass for second place. Bryce Cornbell in the second. Can he chase down David Anthony before the end of this race with 4 to go?
That was smooth.
Yeah. And he had to make quick work of that sooner than later.
You could kind of see it. I could see that ramping up from the bowl and just getting himself closer. He was trying to set himself up for 16. Now it's going to be a matter of, I think what you'll see this lap is you'll probably see Bryce maybe possibly run the fastest lap of the race, maybe the fastest lap of his race for sure this lap. He's got nobody impeding in front of him. He's got, 3 to go, 2.5 laps to go, guys?
Yep.
So he'll be able to kind of open up his lines how he wants to roll through the middle of these corners.
Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see, either a 44 flat or even a high 43 out of Bryce on this lap. If he's got tire underneath him, he's going to be closing that gap down.
Yeah, and you already see him starting to open up that gap between himself and Michael, right?
Yeah, he's closed in a lot on David even this lap. So, if David didn't get the hurry up the last time by, he's going to get it for sure this time as Bryce is well on his way going forward.
David Anthony leading a smooth race for us today so far.
He's going to have some serious company. This is going to be
this is
going to be the fast lap of the race, I think, for that we've seen for Bryce. I mean, he is really closed in a lot, and his ability to be able to turn the bike like you guys saw him do in 16. If you know you have that in your pocket, he's probably not close enough to do it this lap, but David's going to go from basically almost a full second lead to +0 right now.
Yep. Wow, look at that. He is on a charge, Bryce is.
Coming down the front straightaway with 2 to go. Bryce Cornbell moving up from 4th position down to 2nd, trying to close this gap with David Anthony before the end of this race.
That was over a second gap that he ended up closing down.
Yeah, what did he do? Was it quickest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 143.3. Wow.
There you go.
143.3. Yep.
Yeah, you could just see it, and so now he's got to the back of him early enough where he can watch David for a lap and then really make his plan. You see how Bryce opens that up.
Yeah.
It's what'll happen is the next lap, if he's close enough out of 5, he'll open that up and maybe try to go up underneath Dave. But Dave is so seasoned, he's not going to be like super easy to pass. So you've kind of almost got to surprise the guy a little bit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that turn 16 move again from Bryce. Now he's right behind him, and
He might even be able to do the pass right before the bowl or right after the bowl.
Yeah, it just depends on how well he can get out of 14. And when you get behind guys like this, Adrian, you can start to look at how much their bikes are moving around as well. So if Bryce just takes a lap to feel that out a little bit, even here he's
on the inside of the bowl, not quite ready yet to make the pass.
Giving it a little thought.
And
let me see what
like you said, he's going to pull in close enough to where he can get through 14 and 15 here. And it's a little bit harder only from our camera angle, but
and he goes on the inside, not quite.
Yeah, not quite there, and he'll open this last turn up and try to do. He's not close enough this time, I don't think, but David kept it pretty tight there too. And what are we coming up? The last lap pretty quickly here.
One more lap.
So yeah, he's gonna have to get creative.
White flag is out. David Anthony leading us
last
around.
Lap.
Bryce Cornbell in 2nd. Bryce trying to do everything he can to close this gap with David Anthony to make the pass for the lead here before this race is over. Michael Gilbert in 3rd and Dion Campbell in 4th.
All right, so here you go. This is where Bryce shines, on the edge of the tire, trying to roll underneath guys. So if he can be close enough on the exit here, he'll open up 6 a little bit and maybe try to do something with David in the middle.
Inching his way closer and closer on his inside, makes the pass for first. Bryce Kornbauer into the lead.
Right
David Anthony falling to second place. And
ran him a little wide.
David Anthony passing him again as Bryce Kornbauer runs the track wide.
He's going to try again.
Yeah, but see, now David's going to be up on it. So what's going to happen is David will go into the bowl probably a little bit tighter, which ultimately should help Bryce. But at that point, when you get to the middle of the bowl, you just got to focus on your exit, getting out of there well enough to be able to close the line into 14. You saw Bryce bike slide just now when he came out of 14. He was trying to hold a little tighter arc on the edge of the tire and just didn't quite have the grip. So it's again, this could be the next shot, but I got to imagine Dave's going to protect the inside here. And I don't know if Bryce has got enough to. Yeah, so Bryce has played the waiting game smart right now. He's going to try to get the best drive he can out of here. You saw Dave a little tight.
Yeah, you saw.
And now Dave's got to keep it tight all the way through this last turn, and he knows that.
David Anthony leading us into the last corner here. Turn 16 into 17.
Yeah. And as we go on to the front straight, David Anthony, your winner of the shootout, with Bryce Kornbauer coming in second.
Great racing between these athletes out here for the shootout for race 6. Out here, round 3 of CVMA, round 3.
And Michael Gilbert completing the
pass
third
that
podium.
Wasn't able to quite stick as he runs the bike a little wide and becomes unsettled.
What it tells me is that they were, Bryce was really tight through the middle of 6 and 7, but to make that pass, he had to get under Dave to let him know he was there, but it just wasn't enough to kind of hold it. It gets a little bit off camber in the middle of turn 7, so that's probably why. The front end feel there made him run a little bit wide. David turned back underneath him.
Yep.
Fantastic racing from these athletes. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. I'll be right back.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Welcome back from the quick commercial break out here at Chuckwalla Raceway for round 3 of CVMA. I am Adrian Peritoner, accompanied by Al Garcia and special guest Jason Pridmore here calling the race with us for race 7 coming up. Formula Lightweight Twins Shootout. We have money on the line here, folks. CVMA putting up to almost $20,000 in prize money for these athletes to take home with them.
And the winner of this race is going to take away $1,000. It's an 8-lap race. And so you've got $1,000 for first place. You've got $750 for second. Third is going to take $500. Fourth is going to take $250. And fifth, all the way to fifth, is going to pay $150.
Tire money.
Absolutely. There you go.
Tire money, right? Get that tire money. And again, having Twins Cup in Moto America, I'm looking, and the neat thing is about when I started looking at the entries, when I knew I was going to be coming in here with you guys, I started looking at some things, and there's some guys that are on Twins bikes that I'd never seen, that I'd seen in Moto America before.
Yeah.
And so it's obviously they're getting prepared. They're getting ready to go do some Moto America stuff. And our Twins Cup class has gotten really popular. Obviously with DeMario winning it this last year, and he's moved right on to Supersport. It's given our younger riders a path to go through. So if they can get on a good Twins Cup program. and go forward, that's good. But the lap times they do 49.5 on a Twins Cup.
Isn't that incredible?
It's insane. That's insane. That's so fast. So.
Got people asking you how your golf game is going in the YouTube chat, Jason.
Well, I needed something to focus on after riding, so golf has been it. But I'm playing good right now. I'm like a +2 handicap, +1 handicap, and I've got some really, really good friends that got me drawn into playing some bigger tournaments over the last year. So I've had a lot of fun with that. But it's like racing all over again. I'm traveling everywhere and I'm playing golf. No money, just like, but it's a lot of fun.
You've been playing golf your whole life, or how long have you been playing
Since I
golf?
was about 16, 17 years old.
That makes more sense.
We have an incident on the warm-up lap here, guys.
Oh, that's not good.
Ugh.
Oh, man.
It's like almost kind of expect, seeing what I'm seeing here, you got to think that the riders are probably going to roll right down pit lane, I think. But
yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a red
There we
flag
go.
situation
That's
here.
too bad.
And that can just come from what? Just not being quite mentally prepared when you're going out for your sight lap, or maybe some sort of mechanical failure too, right?
I don't know. You always talk about guys putting heat in their tires on warm-up laps and things, but a lot of them have come off of warmers, and it's just you never like to see that on a warm-up lap.
No,
That's horrible.
Absolutely not.
You know?
So I got 2 guys down actually out there for that warm-up lap, unfortunately.
So depending on how long they're down, they're probably going to send these guys back, maybe send them back. We'll see. I'm looking out the window here, and I can see where the incident is over there, just out of turn 5, it looks like, or between 4 and 5. Yeah, they're going to send them back, and the reason they're doing this, I think, is they'll allow the guys to put their bikes on warmers. And for those around the country that could be tuning in, it's a beautiful day here, isn't it?
Oh, it's great.
I mean, how hot? It's got to be 70 plus.
I think it's like about 70 degrees or
Okay.
so, 70, 71 degrees. It's not much wind today. We don't like to really talk about the wind much out here, but it is a beautiful day.
Yeah, it's really good.
Send the riders back out, and then they'll bring them back into the grid, it looks like.
They'll probably turn. Yeah, it'll be interesting if they do a full lap.
Yeah, I
it
think
looks
they
like they're
will
gonna,
be. I think some
guys are going to turn. I think what they really want riders to do here is just go down to the end of pit wall here and make a hard left, go back down pit lane, and then there's not a lot of crews out on the grid, out on the pit lane like you'd see at a Moto America race where you could just plug into warmers.
Yep.
So these guys will have to go back to their actual pit spots in the paddock, put their bike on warmers, and then they'll start making the calls to get them back out.
So give me a little bit more insight on the warmer, because I see the guys out in the pits all night long with the warmers on the bike. From the moment they take the bikes off warmers and come out to the grid, what kind of window do you have before you're losing the traction there?
Well, the thing is on these bikes, on Twins bikes, right? They don't have the weight some of the other bikes have, and they don't have the horsepower. So it's not going to be as big of a deal, especially on a hot day. If it was cold, it changes. If it was 55 degrees, it could change things, because right now, even though it's 70 plus outside, the track temperature is going to be nice. It's going to be warm.
Yep.
But you want to try to get up to speed. When you take the bike off warmers, if you're out on pit lane, this is a great thing about Chuckwalla too. Turns 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gives you an opportunity to get both sides of the tire really warm.
Heat up well.
Yeah, and towards the end of the lap, you got the bowl, which is going to put a bunch of heat in it too. When you see 2 bikes like this, Adrian, it kind of makes me think maybe they got together. Or one bike maybe had a problem, and the other guy, we don't want to speculate.
Yep.
Hopefully they're both okay. See one rider walking around, so that's a good sign.
Oh, no, that's Matt Hornshoe right there.
Well, there you go. See? Big Al on the call here. So it's good to see him up and all right. But yeah.
I think that's...
there's the other rider, too.
Callahan.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, at
that's
least
unfortunate
they're
to
both
see.
up. That's a nice thing. But, I would always be kind of the guy that you get the bike off warmers, and you don't really want to be sitting around for too long. You want to keep the heat in them and get out there and push on your warm-up lap so you can keep the heat in the tires. So,
is that the strategy for your warm-up lap? If you're going out there, you're trying to give yourself a little bit of a pace on your warm-up?
Yeah, for me, I was always, I want to keep the heat in the tires, but I also know that when I roll, if you have a situation like this, everybody's going to be rushing back to get bikes on warmers and things like that, which is good. But I was never in a hurry to get out to the grid. I didn't mind if I was the last one out, and that way I could be unimpeded by people in front of me. I could try to get the best warm-up lap I could and get heat in the tires. And that way, when I come to the line, I always felt like, my bike was ready to go and I was ready to go.
Everything's settled. Mind is focused.
That's right.
You're not jumbling around on the warm-up lap when you can be jumbling around on the actual race lap.
You're making a plan, and you're on your warm-up lap. I think everybody thinks about different things, but mine was always, and when you race against the same guys, you see tendencies, and you know the guys that are going to get good starts, the guys that are going to get bad starts. Yep. And so where you're at on the grid is also important to some of that. And Chuckwalla is different than a lot of tracks too. We got a very narrow first turn here, don't we?
Very narrow.
So when we go either direction here, the way the track funnels, by the time you're kind of in this area where you're rolling off the throttle, you kind of have to have your spot already aligned for yourself, because it can get really narrow down in that 1-2 area for sure.
Out here in a red flag holding as we had 2 riders go down for the warm-up lap as they're going back to the grid. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back with you folks.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors. Committed to you keeping dry.
AYS number 1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
And we're back from the commercial break as we resume racing from a red flag situation here. Out here at round 3, CVMA at Chuckwalla Raceway out here in beautiful Southern California Desert Center. You have a nice mid-70s temperature, no wind, nice sunny sky, clear of clouds. And a great day for racing.
Now they're hitting back on the warm-up lap. So thinking about the grid here, in terms of who was on pole, we had Gil Alvarez on pole. He's been lighting it up over the last couple months here. We have Mark Berkheimer as well, Justin Bodinaro, Henry Brime, Alfonso Califano, Jib Dobson in 6th, Alexander Enriquez in 7th, Gene Frykes in 8th, Byron Gray gridded 9th, Aiden Hancock gridded 10th, 11th on the grid, Geyser Hernandez, 12th on the grid, don't know if he's going to be able to make it back, Matt Hornshoe, Fabian. Ooh,
yeah, have fun with that one.
Yeah. I'm glad to know it's not just us.
Man. Again, folks, if I'm butchering your names, please fill out the questionnaire that Stephen Ludwig sends out before the race with the race registration and help me out.
Yeah, Fabian would have to draw pictures to get that name right for us, I think, maybe. But yeah.
Jared Kapoor in 14th on the grid. Andrew Kroll, 15th on the grid. Ryan Krolinger is 16th on the grid. 17th is Kevin O'Neill. 18th is Dave Oster. 19th, Tyler Preston. 20th on the grid, Charles Silver. 21st on the grid, Randall Workman. 22nd on the grid, Nathan Aldridge.
It's funny because even at when Tony Elias was coming into our series, I'd say Tony Elias. They'd get letters and thought, Jason's messing up his name, so Greg White's always the best at it. Yeah. Like if a guy comes to the series is brand new, Greg just literally goes up to him and says, how do I say your name? What do I got to say, right? A lot more riders than what you guys. We don't have as many riders as what you guys have to deal with, obviously, with so many classes. And I went up to Tony one day. I said, Tony, how do I say your name? He says, you say it perfect. I said, is it Elias? Is it Elias? Is it? He's like, any way you say it is fine.
It's being said.
But am I saying it right or wrong, So, yeah.
Race 7, folks, as they line up on the start straight for the race start. For Formula Lightweight Twin Shootout. We have money on the lines here as CVMA puts up to $20,000 in prize money for the athletes here.
I was out on Friday, and I don't know if it was Gio or it was one of the guys. I'm almost thinking it was Alfonso Califano there, because I just got in behind him, and I was like, I could not believe how fast they were going on these bikes. It was pretty good. So see some holes on the grid, unfortunately, but see how these guys go.
All right, here they go. Again, you know, as they're dipping into turn one, not much room for anything other than a one-line situation for the most part, right?
Yeah, it just gets a little tight in there, and then you kind of sort. You want to be aggressive through the first couple of gears and just get yourself into a position. And now it's really going to be a matter of who's going to bring the fight to Gio, obviously, because he's fast. I'm not sure who's in third. The guy I'm kind of looking for, and I don't know, because I haven't really talked to him much lately. I gotta go talk to him. God, where can I even see him? It's Geyser. I think Geyser Hernandez is in this. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, so I think it's Geyser in third. I'm not sure, but I've watched him get better and better over the years. I've watched him in Supersport. I've seen him try to go do some Moto America races in Supersport. So I think that's him. That is him in third. So the Twins Cup is something new for him. So I'll have to go talk to him and see how that is. So he's dropped down a class, which I think is smart. You can go to Twins Cup and be pretty competitive at the Moto America Championship. Supersport is just cutthroat. So good to see him mix and match in here.
As they come into the back straight into the slide, Gio Alvarez leading us around with Alfonso Califano in second, Geyser Hernandez in third.
Gio's just doing the thing, isn't he?
Yep.
Like, just, you can see Geyser's working really hard right now. He wants to get through.
Trying what he can through the bowl. Nice tip in right here into 14 and 15.
Now with these 10-lap races out here at Chuckwalla, how crucial is it to try to make race management, right? So, I mean, how crucial is it to try to get ahead in the early part of the race versus managing your mid versus sprinting towards your end here?
You know, I think that, you know, with these bikes, tires aren't as big of an issue as some of the bigger bikes that you're going to see putting more horsepower to the ground. So a lot of it is just, you know, up and coming. You get two people in this class, I think, Adrian. You get the up-and-coming kids that want to prove themselves, and you get some of the older guys that are like, hey, man, I love riding twins. The 1000s and the 600s are a little bit too much cutthroat for me. They can come out here and have a good time on these bikes. But obviously getting good starts, getting out front early, just like Gio's done. He's been in this position so many times where he can go out. He's got his, I mean, he goes 52.5 on one of these small bikes from a standing start. And I do believe it was Alfonso the other day that I saw out there, and he was ripping. I mean, he was riding so well. But these two guys are obviously the chasers. They're already seeing the guy that's, you know, ripping out front, pulling away from him. So they've got to come with an idea. I think this one's a little bit shorter than 10, isn't it?
This one's going to be 8.
Is this one 8? Yeah, because I think the other shootouts are 8 lappers. And so, you know, they've got to try to figure out where they're losing that time, right? And each month learn the best they can from a guy like Gio who's just running away at the front. Gio, we saw Geyser kind of close in a lot on the exit or in the middle of the bowl. So we'll just see if he can same thing and maybe try to set something up for turn 14. It looks like
coming in tighter. Yeah,
he's tried to go
trying to get that drive.
Here we go. Yeah, Alfonso's good on the exit there, isn't he?
Yep.
So what was I think the lap record going this way was Dave Anthony at like a 49.7. I think your graphic said earlier.
Yeah, I think it was Dave Anthony at 149.7 back in 2023.
Yeah, so that's what Gio is going to be chasing. Like, you know, when you're leading classes and you're doing things like this, and Dave Anthony being so seasoned, I mean, we just watched him win our shootout, right? So if Gio can get on par 50.6 that time, you know, that's what Gio's going to be chasing. He's going to be wanting to get that lap record.
And when you think conditions, with conditions out here today the way they are they conducive of that?
Perfect. Conditions right now are so good. And I think living in California, we get so spoiled with weather because I always give the guys in my garage a hard time when they're complaining about it being cold at 58 degrees and 59 degrees. And I tell them it's the most perfect conditions. And when you look at Chuckwalla, the grip here is always, for me, it's always been great. Even when it gets dusty, you've ridden out here when it's dusty.
Yep.
And the grip is still there.
Yep.
It's not good for the bike necessarily, breathing in all the sand, but the grip at Chuckwalla is usually pretty good. And when it's cool in the morning and the bikes are running a little cooler, they are perfect times. I think Brendan Kettleson this morning in middleweight went like 45.3 in warm up. So, and it was cold then, or cold to Californians, you know. So,
Geyser Hernandez in third place, trying to get around Alfonso Califano, trying to make light work and find the perfect line to get out under him.
So it looks like Geyser's on an Aprilia there, and it's going to be new to him. So we just don't know what, with some of the Twins Cup stuff, you can have different builds bike-wise. And since it's early in the year and you see his bike all white, let's see if he's going to try something. It looked like he had a thought about it.
Yeah.
You know, Twins Cup stuff is you know, these guys build these bikes, and I think that right now Geyser has a little bit of mid-corner pace, but he's just not able to kind of make that pass yet. Alfonso's riding really well.
Yeah, and each of these three guys up in the front are riding on Aprilias.
Yeah,
they're pretty strong bike, at least at CVMA, right?
Yeah, and even nationally, there's a few teams that have obviously been trying to get the R7 up to pace, and then you got the Suzuki as well. There's going to be some, from what I'm understanding, next year there could be a few more of the Suzukis on the grid under some pretty fast riders at Moto America. And you see Geyser's got a little bit of a run and a thought here, but Alfonso's he's just good enough to not get past there. And
Alfonso definitely riding a wide bike, as you can see Geyser having to brake aggressively in some of these corners, not to run into the back of him. And
you just see him trying,
right?
I'm like, where am I going to make that move?
So Geyser,
got to get up front.
He's got to, when you're in this position right now, you're just trying to see what the rider in front of you is doing to where could there be a possibility. And then you got to make a commitment, much like we saw in our main shootout here a bit ago, where Bryce finally caught the back of the leader and he took a shot, right? That's what you got to do. And Geyser right now, he's got to show some controlled aggression. He's got to be able to try to make a plan, stick to that plan and go. And this guy just, again, went quickest lap of the race, 50.3 last time through for Gio. So he's continuing to live in that 50s range, right? And he's pulled away from them pretty good now this lap.
Yeah, and it's like you were saying with this track, I mean, there isn't those heavy braking points. And so it just takes that much more commitment, right? And look at this coming around the outside.
Yeah, that's really good move there. And Geyser's able to kind of close that door as they go into 14 and make it a little bit harder for Alfonso to tip in. Now, Alfonso, like I said, I believe it was him that I saw the other day. The leathers look a little familiar to me. So I know he's got good pace. But Geyser, it's going to be interesting to see what's Geyser's best lap up to this point. 50.6, it looks like?
Yeah, 50.6.
So we're going to see what Geyser has here. He's got that clear track in front of him now. And see if we've got halfway flags are out there, I saw.
Geyser aggressive on the outside, and the Bolter able to make the pass for second. Gio Alvarez in first place with Geyser second. Alfonso Califano falling down into third. Mark Birkenheimer and Andrew Crail fourth and fifth behind them. Can Geyser put together some laps to kind of close this gap on Gio Alvarez, or is Gio Alvarez going to run away with it?
3 seconds will be a bit of a tough ask, I think, with 3.5 to go, right? But
given the pace that they're currently running.
Yeah, but you can see Geyser had a little bit more pace than Alfonso, and now he's pulling away. So you'd almost expect to see Geyser do his fastest lap of the race this one, and this is where the start stuff comes into play. Like qualifying at Chuckwalla to me is the most important session, because if you're on that third or fourth row, getting into turn one,
it's going to be so hard, right?
Can get a lot of traffic in there at the beginning, and then it allows a guy like Gio to kind of get that gap.
Here we see them again coming through turn 11, dropping into 12.
I like this bike for Geyser. Just watching him ride it right now, he's doing a good job. And we'll have to talk to him a little bit later. And I don't know, because I don't know Gio personally. I don't know if he's done any Moto America stuff. But obviously, he rides very, very well. As we get a good look at him just coming out of 14, heading to 16 there, 15, 16.
Yeah, look at that.
Gio Alvarez coming down the front straight with a 150 in the last lap. as he leads us around this entire race with 3 to go for race 7 for Formula Lightweight Twins Shootout, round 3 of CVMA out here at Chuckwalla Raceway.
Yeah, look at that with, as you called it right there, with Geyser with the 148.8, just about a 10th off the lap record right there.
Yeah, that's 49. I mean, 49.8 is, like you say, it's 10th off the record, and he's, he's obviously got a good bike underneath him, and he's going to be kicking himself a little bit. And I think, honestly, that it would have pushed Gio harder as well.
Yeah.
I think those guys both probably would have been in the 49s pretty consistent, but that's going to give him a pretty big boost of confidence.
Interesting mix here. We see a Supermoto right there.
So cool. Jim Dobson's there, I think.
Yeah.
And Fabian's there. Fabian, I think, is on the Supermoto bike. I believe. I think he's the third rider on our screen because I saw him out here and I saw his name. See his name on his...
Yeah, there we go.
And he was great to watch the other day as well. And it looks like, who is it? Maybe Tyler Preston that's maybe sandwiched himself in the middle of them now as you look at Fabian sneak up underneath.
Taking advantage of it, using the advantages that bike gives him, right?
He's going to have a little bit of a horsepower deficit here as you see. There, he just got passed again, but yeah, he's having a blast out there. It's good.
Yeah, I remember back with WSMC when I was riding an SV650 getting tortured by Stu Smith,
Totally.
on his Supermoto.
Absolutely. Shout out to Stu. I don't know if you guys have done that already today, but we know.
I haven't had a chance to.
It's just a shame. He had an incident on Friday, and he's getting fixed. So been in contact with him, and we're thinking about him. Obviously he's the voice out here of calling all the races for us, and it was sad to see him get a little bit dinged up in what was really just a simple little mistake that was made on Friday. So just get him back here as quick as we can. Last lap through the leaders. Yeah, he gained another 0.3. Geyser did, but he's 2.6 back. It's probably going to be a little bit too far back to do anything with Gio this time.
Yep.
Geyser Hernandez pulling away from Alfonso Califano.
And it's a shame, with that crash, because we did see Matt Hornshoe not be able to return and race. And Matt has been running really well over the last couple months. And he was down into the low 150s, I believe, as well.
It's such a bummer.
And so he would have been in the mix with these guys and probably would have had a different dynamic with the R7 that he's racing. So that's just a bummer. Hopefully he'll be coming back.
Yeah, it's never nice, especially like that on the warm-up lap. It's such a bummer. As we're looking a little bit further back here. 837 is Mark Berkheimer, right? And I know Mark's a good guy. Andrew Krall there as well. And Justin Bordenardo, we've seen him out here obviously a bunch here on the 589 bike. Justin's running 6th at the moment, so he's one place out of that extra check. One place.
Tire money.
Tire money, man. Fuel, tires. Look at this is the lead battle there. So you can see Geyser's done a good job closing back up.
Yeah.
I mean, what is he? He was 2.6 back that last time.
Looks a bit closer now, doesn't it?
He does, yeah.
Reeling them in for sure, absolutely. As they're coming around into 15 before the end of this lap here. And sometimes that could be disadvantage for Gio, right? If he's out ahead on his own, not quite able to maintain a super aggressive pace, and that allows Geyser to kind of close in on that. So that's where that race management kind of comes in, right?
It does. I think Gio's got so much experience around here as he just goes. I mean, there you go. He had done it in 49 the lap before, so Gio was obviously getting kind of hurried up there.
Yep.
And what did he do? Good. Did 49.8 still best lap for Geyser? So they're 50.1 to 50.2 that last time by. I think that the thing that Geyser will be doing on the warm-up, on the cool-off lap, he'll have the confidence in knowing that next month can't get here quick enough.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Because he'll know that he's got the pace to at least maybe get up there and challenge, as we see kind of battles going all the way through the field.
Yeah, last lap over here for them as well.
White flag is out for race 7 of Formula Lightweight Twins Shootout. Gio Alvarez leading us around for the entire race. Guys are able to make work on Alfonso for second. Alfonso falling in the third. Mark Berkenheimer in fourth. And Andrew crawl in 5th. Top 5 pays out for Shootout as they're coming around one last time.
And it's great because they do podiums for these guys. So if you're out here with your family and your friends, and it's kind of cool that we have that out here. And I know a lot of other clubs are doing the same thing. But for the Shootout, you want to be in that 3rd spot. So you look at Alfonso right now. He's going to take what he can learn. As you see Fabi doing what he should be doing on that bike. Yeah, and
a little bit more horsepower, right?
But he's probably having a blast out there. I mean, these guys are having a lot of fun. But when you look at it, it's for Geyser, it's going to be a big confidence boost. For Gio, he did what he's expecting to do, is he takes checkered flag. And for Alfonso now, it's what can I do to get closer to those guys at the front. Those are your top 3, I think.
Outstanding racing out here for race 7. Gio Alvarez with 1st, Geyser Hernandez with 2nd, and Alfonso Califano with 3rd. Your unofficial race results for the race out here for round 3 of CVMA. We're going to do a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with you guys.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors. Committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Welcome back from the commercial break. Out here at Desert Center, Chuckwalla Raceway for round 3 of CVMA. We just concluded race 7, and we'll be starting race 8, Middleweight Shootout, as we have the athletes out on the track for their sight lap.
Pretty excited for this one, to be honest. I think Brendan's been going really fast, and there's some news on him. It sounds like next year he might be going to Moto America full time, which would be great.
Oh wow! Okay.
And then obviously we got DeLeon in there in the middle of the front row with Owen Williams, who we've seen Owen also obviously do very well out here for all the years we've watched him grow up here.
Yep, I remember going watching Owen when he was a real young pup out in Speedway.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I met Owen and his dad Chad. They were doing Speedway, they were doing flat track, and they were doing road racing. And basically, Chad was like, "You gotta choose. I'll let you have 2. Can't do all 3. Give me 2." So Owen was doing Speedway, which I think is just so cool. Not too many guys have come from Speedway and just jumped into road racing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and for me that was really cool because I got to take my son, who was also young at the time, and he was able to meet. Owen took the time to meet with my son and just sort of talk to him a little bit. It was just super cool.
Owen's great around that kind of stuff. Off the bike, he's great at just hanging with people and explaining things. And
So we'll go through this grid, right? And so with wave 1 on the middleweight shootout, we have Owen Williams on pole, Victor Perez de Leon I apologize. Brendan Kettleson on pole, Victor Perez de Leon in second. Third on the grid, completing the front row, is Owen Williams. George Ehrenstein is 4th on the grid. Hayden Megg, 5th on the grid. Joel Ullman, 6th on the grid. Starting the third row, Bryce Kornbaugh. Jordan Tropkoff, 8th on the grid. Jacob Monsoon, 9th on the grid. Starting the fourth row, Nicholas Telliard in 10th on the grid. Jack Roach, 11th on the grid. Logan Ulster is 12th on the grid. Fifth row, at position 13, Ryan Hull. Emily Grana, 14th on the grid. Edgar Zaragoza at 15th on the grid. Sixth row, Tim Powers at 16th on the grid. Josh Lerner, 17th on the grid. Jeff Bean, 18th on the grid. 19th on the grid in row 7, Alex Reyes, Christian Swanson. In 20th, Russell Chamberlain, 21st. Phil Smith, 22nd on the grid. And Parker Meyer.
It's going to be interesting to see if Bryce can get up through the field, right?
Yeah.
He's coming from the 3rd row, so not sure what happened to him in qualifying. Wasn't actually here Saturday morning. I don't think Jorge Erstein is in this race, actually. I think he packed up. And so for Bryce, that's a little bit of an advantage. When you look at your grid spots, Bryce is in 7th and Jorge's 4th. Unless Jorge came and took his name off the grid and our shootout might be a little bit different. The grid might be different than what we think if Jorge went and told them this morning, but Bryce will have a clear spot in front of him to try to, it's going to help him jump up a row at the start, So, yeah. And seeing Jack Roach, Jack won one of your races earlier this morning. We talked about him. He's going to be really motivated. He's probably got new tire on there and, to try to get up front with these guys. But I'll tell you, if you let Brendan get out front a little bit early, a little bit too quick, Brendan's first lap is going to be a quick one. I would expect Owen to go with him as long as Owen can get off the grid, off the line well. There's Owen pulling up on the right side on number 13. You see Bryce back there just behind. So I'm just trying to see if with Jorge being gone, it almost looks like, no, Bryce will be in the same spot. But and I'm not as familiar with Hayden Meng, so see if he can get up there and hang with these guys at the front as well.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's got a problem. Who's that? 778. Brian Hall.
Probably filling the holes.
Yeah, Brian maybe just jumped in the wrong spot, so he's finding his place back on the grid. But for Bryce there on the 2nd and the 17, he's going to just try to follow Brendan into turn 1.
Revving it up. And they're off.
Kellison last round super animated with his victory with the shootout last round around.
It's a great start from
Owen.
Who was it? That was Owen?
Yeah,
great start.
Owen got a good start. Brendan didn't get the best. He's in 3rd there off the line, and I think it's Hayden in 2nd, I believe. So I have to look again, but Brendan dives down the inside, makes the first pass.
I think he's going to be making quick. Ooh.
Kind of came back at him there, didn't he?
Yeah, there he goes, making quick work of Owen. Ooh.
And you can see that's...
Yeah.
You know what? When you race against guys, you see trends, and they're going to have a lot of trust in each other, these two guys at the front. And Owen's going to get into turn 8 just a little bit ahead of Brendan. Owen knows that the main guys are going to be Kettleson and Bryce. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of DeLeon right now in 3rd as well. He's riding good. I think for Owen, I'm hearing that he might be on a different bike next year in Moto America, same class. And, I don't think he raced here last month. But you can see Brendan's going to have trouble with guy behind him if he doesn't try to do something pretty quick, soon right? With Owen. But Owen's got so many laps around this place on so many different bikes.
You saw that twitch
little
from
move,
Owen,
And Bryce, again, is in that spot that we saw him early in the other shootout. Brendan's going to have to take a shot down the inside last corner. Just too difficult. It's really hard to do that. See if he can... And Owen carries a lot of roll speed as well.
These leaders out here out front already holding a tight race as they complete the first lap for race 8 middleweight shootout on Sunday. Owen Williams leading us around with Brendan Kellison in 2nd and Victor Perez de Leon in 3rd.
Yeah, Owen Williams for a 149.13 right off that 149.1 right off that first lap.
Standing start. Look at Kellison. He's going to be able to cut
There he
all
goes.
The inside line takes position from Owens. Coming in a corner 6 and 7 before putting the power down on the short straightaway before the complex on Garcia Hill.
With Zaragoza closing in on the back of this four riders at the front as well.
Looked like Victor there was trying to size up Owen a little bit right there as they're coming out of turn 7.
Yeah, for me, I was always if there was a guy in front of me that just got past, I wanted to pounce on him immediately, and you can see why. You can see because Brendan's kind of clearing off right now. And this is going to be probably I would guess probably a mid to high 44 on this lap for Brendan. And Owen's trying really hard to run with them, but he's just just a little bit off. And
Killison growing that gap. Owen in second, and Victor trying to get around Owen on the inside in this next corner here.
Bryce, he's ramping up to do a Supersport next year on the R9. So they've been out here testing and working on that bike. So for Bryce, all these are like big test sessions, right?
Yep.
And seeing if he can get that bike more and more to his liking. We've seen him on R1s for so long, and he's so good on the R1. He'll get that R9 better as it goes and gets more time on it. What do you do lap time-wise? 45.1, huh?
Yep. 45.1 to Owen Williams, 46.3.
Yeah, so, that's 1.4 seconds is huge, isn't it?
Yep.
Let's see if these guys behind, let's see if Victor tries to do the same thing to Owen that Brendan did. Sneak underneath him here.
And there he
Victor
goes.
on the inside for the pass on Owens. Makes the pass stick as he leads them into corner 6 before turning the right-hander to 7.
Bryce is going to try to do it right now, too, in 6 and 7. If he can get close enough, he's going to try to...
And here he goes.
Bryce on the inside around Owens. Owens trying to hang on the inside line as he comes into Garcia Hill, makes the pass back.
See what happens there.
Yeah.
Who's going to come out of turn 9 ahead? That's the question. Owen does it.
Yeah.
And I tell you guys, leaning on each other through turn 8, is right. And that's a lot of trust in each other. So Bryce knew he needed to take that shot though to try to go with Victor here.
Yep. And Owen, on the other hand, knew he had to do it if had any chance of sticking with him, right?
Yeah, Bryce, it was the exact same pass we saw Bryce do in this other shootout, and it just ran him a little wide. Owen was able to turn it back up underneath him on the exit of 7, and they drag raced to 8 and ran side by side through there. So you can expect Bryce is going to try to roll through the inside, maybe even here in 16. You can see him setting up.
Yep.
He's on the left side of him right now. When they break, he's going to let Owen sneak out a little bit and then maybe try. But again, Owen's got good corner speed there, really good.
Down the front straightaway with Brendan Kelson still leading us around.
44.7. That's kind of where I think that Brendan's going to be pretty comfortable doing those low 44s if he needs to. Sure, his dad or Derek Keys are out there letting him know kind of what his gap is. But this is a young guy here. I'm expecting big things from him. He's still young, and he's been doing a ton of laps, riding a lot, and really getting himself prepped. And it sounds like he's going to finally get the opportunity. For a lot of these young guys, it's just getting that chance, isn't it, to try to step up to that next level. And he has all the accolades at the club level of being able to show that he's ready to make the jump. And if you watch him ride, the simplicity in which he does it doesn't look difficult for him.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's making a lot of effort, right? Yeah. He's moving pretty smooth on that bike.
Yeah, all of it, he's tall, and he does a lot of really good things on the motorcycle. And now it's just a matter of when he makes this next step, there's going to be places where he's going to have to try to find the time where, a lot of these kids, they want to push everywhere as hard as they can everywhere, and that's what you do in this sport, isn't it? But for Brendan, he's got to, he's going to go to this bigger pool and see guys that are second in front of him, and he's got to try to figure out, where am I going to find this second? And a lot of that comes down to team and bike and things like that as well. It doesn't just happen with just the rider.
That's right.
Just like it doesn't happen with just the team or just the mechanics. But, I think he's going to be able to take Derek Keys with him, and they've got a great relationship.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing, yeah.
Here we go.
6 to go for race 8 for middleweight. Yep. Brendan Kelson still leading us around. Victor Perez de Leon.
Yep. And while we were watching Brendan,
Bryce got through, didn't he?
Yep, he did.
Bryce Kornbaugh in 3rd, and Owen Williams in 4th. A little shuffling around there.
And now it's going to be interesting to see if Bryce can make that move up to 2nd, right? He's
Correct.
about 8/10 of a lap behind
De Leon there.
Yep.
And the thing is that, when I look at the screen right now and I see Hayden Meng, who I don't know, in 5th, he ran 47.5. I think that's really respectable, and he's getting a chance to test himself against all these great riders. Yeah. And good for him. bummed to see that Nick didn't get back out. Remember we saw Nick
Yeah.
Telliard fall over a little bit earlier, so maybe, hopefully he didn't ding himself up. Maybe they just couldn't get the bike back together in time. It was a short turnaround, that was. So...
Yeah, and we see Bryce closing up relatively quickly here. That seems to be just a little bit, a few more tenths that he's gotten on him since then, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Victor guiding Bryce into the slide as they go around into the bowl. Will Bryce be able to sneak up on him and make the pass for second place?
So Adrian, you've come from motocross, right?
Yep.
Have we got you on a road race bike yet?
I have a ZX6, but I haven't been able to do a track day yet.
Well, see,
so.
we got to get that.
That's what I was saying, right?
So you can get the full experience when you're calling these. You're going to get to see what these guys are doing.
Trust me, I've been itching. I've been itching.
I have to get you out there.
I think Steven's going to be putting some strings together here for us so I can go embarrass myself out there.
No,
on the
you ain't gonna. It's okay. We can all embarrass ourselves on motocross bikes in front of you. You know?
I'm just looking forward to seeing how slow I am in comparison to what I think I can do out there.
Yeah. Brandon's got a nice little gap, doesn't he? 40.
Yeah, he does.
And you see he's a full second off his fastest. So he's getting the signs. And, again, for these guys, that check that CVMA puts out, it's a big deal for them.
Yeah.
It does help families get their kids to the races. And been super impressed with that over the years and seeing how this series has grown and being able to front some money to riders and teams all the way back.
Giving it right back,
yeah.
right? Giving it right back to the racers.
Exactly right. And it gives you, even the podium shots and things like that you can take. It helps you get sponsors, and that's one of the things I really like about the championship a lot.
Yeah. And I think also what's really cool, this, just what 951 Live is doing here, giving an opportunity for families who might be all across the country or even outside of the country to be able to watch, what exactly is my son or daughter doing out there on the racetrack? If they've never had a chance to come out, they get a chance to see what we're doing live right here.
There's a lot of mom and dads out there too that are cursing this because now their kids from other side of the coast are going to want to come out here and ride. Hey, we can be on 951 Live, and they're going to call our races and get to go test myself against all these guys. And so it's
pretty cool.
It's very, very cool that they're doing this. Yeah, you guys did, like I said, you guys have been doing a great job, and with such a small crew that you guys have, you're getting a lot out of these.
Bryce Cornwell in third, trying to close the gap on Victor Perez de Leon for the second place. Brendan Kelson still leading us around as they comes around with 4 to go.
Victor's doing a good job.
He is.
Really good job.
Manage that position and do good with it. So
he's running consistent 45s every lap. He was 45. 45.3. That was his fastest lap of the race there, wasn't it? So, and Bryce was 45.8. So, there's about a second between them.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a good look here at Victor. And you watch him go through 4, and he's able to hold that bike down and tighter all the way through it. So he's obviously got a setup that works, really nicely
well
for
in
him.
that area, right?
And he's just pushing forward. He's actually pulled away from Bryce a little bit, and Owen has slipped, like you said, back to 4th. Owen's in the high 46s now, which is a little uncharacteristic. I'd have thought that Owen would be. I've seen him go fast out here. I've seen him do 44s. So a little bit surprised. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with Owen right now. It seems like Bryce can do some things in some places and kind of close that gap, and then Victor's a little better in some other
back
spots.
out, right?
Yeah. This guy doesn't care about what those guys are doing behind him.
on a race of his own.
Yeah,
Honey Badger don't care.
Honey Badger don't care.
Still has my vote for the best livery out here for sure.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that.
Have you got a chance to talk to him yet?
No,
Brendan. Yeah, he's a good one. It's for as good as he is on the track. A lot of these guys are so cool, anyways. But for as good as Brendan is on the track, he's a really good person as well, which makes it fun. Seems like we've got a battle just
right
a
here.
little bit further back here. I don't know if it's Jack. I kind of look like Jack Roach's livery but we'll have to see. And there's Owen coming across the line in 4th.
Yep.
They're all a little bit spread out. Like the battle right now for second is kind of where it seems to be because Hayden Meng is pulled way away from Zaragoza. I'm not sure if Zaragoza had a problem or something, but
It may be. You know,
Yeah.
we saw one person cruising on that back straight coming out of turn 10. That might have been him.
You're exactly right. Could have been. We'll see if he makes his way across. Brendan's 45.2 that last time by. By the way, 45.2 on a middleweight bike. That's so fast. So fast. But does it look like he's even really trying?
No.
We're going to have a talk with him. We're going to have to tell him he's got to try harder. I think. At least make it exciting for us, right?
You're leaving some stuff out there on the table.
And you know, I think that also goes to what you're saying. I think, you know, combination of tire technology, right, that is advanced, and also this track is still giving up really, really quick lap times. I know sometimes people might see a little crack here or there, see different colors on, you know, in terms of the asphalt, but it really does have a lot of grip.
Yeah, it does. And that's just that's an opinion of mine that I've held for a long time at this track. And it's, you know, people are, as tracks derogate, and you got to remember this track goes under a lot of heavy temperature changes from the winter months where it can be really, really cold here. It's that three-way battle again. But when it can be really, really cold here, this looks like the battle of Jack Roach, Logan Oster, and Zaragoza. That's what it looks like on here because they're all close together. And yeah, I believe that's...
I think you're accurate there.
Could be, anyways. So it looks like Jack's the second bike there. Tropkov. It's Tropkov, Jack Roach, and maybe Logan Oster.
Maybe because we see Zaragoza and his lap time drop pretty dramatically.
You're right, and you're 100% right. That was probably him cruising, like you said. So, and it looks like he's off the back of them maybe now.
Yeah.
So that battle that we're looking at is going to be Tropkov, Jack Roach, and Logan Oster, just for like references. And I've seen Jordan. I think Jordan's done a few Moto America rounds as well. So, and then you got Jack. It'll be interesting to see if Jack's got anything kind of lined up to, you know, get back out there in the Moto America world. And Logan, I'm not as familiar with. Oster there in 8th.
And then we have Brendan again.
Yeah. Still running those 45s.
Yeah, nice that he's able to just continue to click, just hit his marks over and over and over.
But this is the important thing for him. He's got to keep pushing. He's not, since he's got nobody really pushing from behind him.
Yeah. This is about how he's going to push himself, how he's going to keep himself engaged in the race when there's no one pushing him,
because
right?
next year, he's going to have to push all the way through every lap without question. You know, it's nice right now that he's got a gap and he could try to take this win. I think we've got, a couple laps to go, about a lap and a half to go. But next year, and he's ready for it. I mean, he is going to be ready for it. But he's going to have to learn, even though he doesn't have anybody pushing him right now.
Yeah.
And that could be at times some of the most difficult things to do, right? When you don't have anybody to gauge a pace off of and you're trying to, you know, beat your PRs. I mean, that will take you a lot further than a lot of other type of racing can, I'm sure.
Yeah, and you're out there and you're battling with yourself because you've also, you know, you're going to have to answer to your dad if you're leading to by 4 seconds and you throw the thing down the road or something silly, right? So he wants to win the race. He wants to, you know, get those funds and that has been put up. And Zaragoza's kind of coming back at these guys a little bit. So, yeah, he must have had a problem because he went 47.6 his last lap, which is quicker than the 3 in front of him. So Tropkov's done a really good job here of keeping Jack Roach and Logan Oster behind him as they're trying to ramp up to do something with him maybe on the last lap. And Zaragoza is right there. So Logan looked like he wanted to go up under.
He did.
Inside, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
White flag is out. Last lap is underway. Brendan Kelson leading us around with Victor Perez de Leon in second, Bryce Cornwell in third, Owen Williams in fourth, and Hayden Meng in fifth. Brendan Kelson just being an example for everybody here.
Yeah, and I think it's like what you were saying earlier on, talking about, you know, just the mentality of being up in front and what it's going to take and how much focus when, like you were saying, when no one's chasing behind you. Right?
Being able to still do, and I see little things he does, like we work with a lot of different riders, and as you're getting quicker, like going into 8 and 9 there, a lot of these guys are in 4th gear from 7 to 8, between turn 7 and 8. And a lot of guys will do a double downshift into 8. And it was something that Brendan and I were even talking about the other day. Get the first downshift done. It's going to allow you to carry more speed in 3rd gear through 8 because it's not going to be as much engine brake.
Yeah.
And you watch him, he does the back shift to 2nd in turn 9 just before he goes in there. He's just getting held up a little bit here on the last lap, but that's going to be okay.
He's thinking it's okay.
3.2 seconds.
Yeah, there you go. Just trying to be, respectful of the rider behind him.
And even though Bryce closed up, really good job from Victor Perez there finishing second, and Bryce Cornbell third.
Yep.
Outstanding results for race 8 for round 3 out here at CVMA.
Here we go.
Chuckwalla.
Owen Williams,
Yeah.
4th.
And then we're going to have to keep an eye out on Hayden because we're going to continue to see if he improves his laps over the next couple months. You know, good job finishing 5th there. Really nice. And with that big battle for 6th through 9th that's going to be coming across the line.
Yeah,
here
let's
in a
see
minute.
if we have any different movement here.
I think
We got a replay. And there we go with
That's a little earlier race, I think.
Yep.
That was a shootout from our middleweight shootout, or the lightweight.
Yep.
But, yeah, there you go.
And there we go.
Who got it? Jordan
Rounding up the last
Brown?
of the guys here.
Edgar got
Oh,
through.
Edgar. Yeah.
Cool. Well, you guys, thanks for letting me join you today. I
Yeah,
had a lot of
thanks so
fun.
much.
Thank you for
I
joining
appreciate it.
us.
Thank
I
you so
appreciate it.
much.
You guys keep doing a good job, okay? Keep holding the flag up for us out here. It's nice to see you guys making the efforts you are, and we'll see you next month.
Appreciate it, Jason.
All right.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
me.
All right, boys. Thank you.
We're going to go a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with you guys.
Thanks so much.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors. Committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
And we're back from the commercial break. Race number 9 coming up out here at Chuckwalla Raceway for round 3 of CVMA. I am Adrian Peritoner, accompanied by Al Garcia. We just had Jason Pridmore here. That was a treat, wasn't it?
That was such a pleasure, man.
Yeah, lots to learn from that guy.
Getting it done, you know, watching how the pros do it, right?
Absolutely. Firsthand. I like that. I'm going to have to spend some time with him after the broadcast and get some more tidbits of information and tips from that guy.
All right, so we have race line lining up. This is a Formula Ultra Lightweight Shootout. First row of the grid, we have Sawyer Lafayette, Nathan Gravel, and Chris Brinker. Second row, we have Christian Silva, Anthony Estrada, and Bodie Kaiser. Third row of the grid, we have Alex Eby, Rob Linders, and Jake Tran. Fourth row of the grid, Gordon Branson, Jeff Sekakuli, Sekasi, sorry about that, and Shay McGregor. And that completes our grid.
As they go out for their sight lap.
Again, I'm excited to see what Rob Linders can do here. Rob is the father of Tyler Linders, who's a former club and Moto America racer. And so it's, after getting his son through all the racing career, now that his son is, out in the financial services world, and has moved on from racing, Rob is now taking his own time to do this at the, he's just starting racing back in, I think he raced back in the early 1990s, and now, at age 61, coming back out on the grid and lining up with someone like Jake Tran. And so hope to see them battle it out. And again, we're going to see Sawyer up front, who's been tearing it up over here. We saw him win a race earlier. So I'm looking forward to this race. Should be fun.
Sawyer Lafayette really putting on a clinic for everybody back at home. This, I believe he's undefeated as of right now. And then Nathan Gravel, I believe, went down earlier today, and we'll see if he made it out to the grid. As they're coming back in from their warm-up lap.
Yep. Yeah, and again, looking at Jake Tran 888, he's currently on third row of the grid. A guy who just recently started riding. He's been riding now for 5 months, and when I say started riding, literally started riding a motorcycle 5 months ago. So for those people who are thinking that they out there in the world thinking that they couldn't possibly do this, well, you can just do things as Jake Tran would say. He's got a YouTube website. He's got about 2 million followers on social media. And so put a documentary together just recently where folks can see his journey from complete newbie rider to a club racer as he's doing right now. And here we go. We got everybody lined up on the grid. We're going to get this started. And again, this is ultra lightweight shootout, $1,000 for first place. Revving up, and here we go. Off they go.
A little aggressive start there from right on the right.
Yep. I think that was Jake Tran.
Was it? As they're diving in at corner one, shuffling around for position. Sawyer Lafayette leading us around to corner three.
Jackrabbit start for Sawyer Lafayette. He just is bolting forward. We've got some action right here. We got a pass coming in from the green bike right there, making a move on fourth, coming into third. He's now looking to see what he can do, make a move into second maybe right here.
Makes the pass for second, makes it stick. As they come into the side straightaway, getting the power down to the ground, trying to jaunt closer to Sawyer Lafayette, not to allow him to get too far away too soon. They're going to want to have a taste at that first position.
And that was Nathan Gravel making the pass coming from fourth on the grid over to second by turn 9 and turn 10 right here. Pretty smooth move. So Nathan is going to have to work really hard now to make chase for Sawyer, see if he can do anything there.
Nathan yesterday was able to read down Sawyer's back for the entire race. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this gap on him and make work of it and try to give him some contention for the pass.
It looks like Sawyer has broken away quite a bit there. Looks like he's got a multiple second gap already. But maybe we'll see what Nathan can do here. See if he can keep it a little bit closer, keep Sawyer a little honest.
As you're exiting 15, bending around 16. Coming down the front straightaway with Sawyer Lafayette leading them down the runway here. Sawyer Lafayette in first place, Nathan Gravel in second.
Okay, it's so we've got Nathan Gravel who ran a 2-second lap right there while making some passes. He's got about a 1.9 second gap between, looks like there's a 1.9 second gap between Sawyer and Nathan. We'll see if Nathan can do anything here in the second lap to move anything a little closer. And you saw just a little bit of bobble there from Sawyer there. Just, looked like his wheel spun up, his rear wheel just a little bit there going into turn 5. And that's something he's going to have to think through and manage.
Anthony Estrada in third and Chris Brinker in fourth.
Nice shot of Nathan right here going in turn 8 up through turn 9 and dropping down into turn 10. Trying to get on the gas and get that bike straight up as quickly as we can to get as much power as he can. Interesting, right? Just took a look down his side, wondering if he's having some issues there with the shifter or his foot peg or anything.
Well, hopefully not. This doesn't need to be too much of an effect quite yet as he still leads us around into the bowl. There's a close Nathan Gravel starting to close that gap on him.
Yeah, I always wonder what's going on. If somebody's looking down at their what seems like their boot right there, wondering if there's a mechanical issue that might prevent him from keeping going. But looks like it hasn't affected his speed so far. So maybe it was just a little something he felt, maybe a rock hitting him or on his boot or something. We'll see. And here we have Nathan again coming through 17, getting back onto the front straight again. Sawyer, I should say. Sorry about that. Wow. Sawyer ran 1:56.21 to Nathan's 1:56.9. So the gap is opened up just slightly to about a 2.5 second gap. In third, we have Anthony Estrada with fourth place going to Chris Binker. Sorry about that. We have Bodie Kaiser in fifth and Jake Tran moving up to sixth place.
Six laps to go for race number 9, Formula Ultra Lightweight.
And we see last lap, Jake Tran ran a 2:04.9, which I think is pretty solid for him right now. I think that is his fastest lap of the race so far, which is a little bit faster, almost 1/8 of a second faster than Bodie Kaiser in fifth. So it'll be interesting to see if through the next couple laps whether Jake can start closing that gap between sixth and himself for fifth place. Again, that fifth place still pays out money. So, tire money right there.
Sawyer Lafayette only have been racing for a year and a half, and he's turning 156s on his Ninja 400 here. And what you think, man? You might want to race up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because, Sawyer Lafayette's a young kid. I think he's 13 years old. And again, racing against some of these other folks here who are in their 30s and 40s, right? 20s, 30s, and 40s. So, again, this is an opportunity for kids to come out and learn their craft and race up against other riders who might be more seasoned and mature, who are just out here to have some fun on the small bikes.
It'd be advantageous for him to get into racing up a little bit, so he can have more battling along his experience gaining here.
Yeah, I think in some respects, as a youngster at 13 years old, it's perfectly appropriate for them to be on these smaller bikes and learn the trade. And as they start to progress through their career, have a year or two under their belt under these bikes, maybe move up to the next level, which is the Formula Twins. And then, every time you're moving up, you have different challenges. The bike is going to make power in a different way. You're going to need to think through as you approach those corners faster, readjusting where your braking markers are, where your acceleration markers are, how you might be approaching the corners given the weight of the bike and where it puts its power down. So, there we have, rider off track.
Able to keep it on two wheels.
That's good. And there we had a shot. I think that is 107, Anthony Estrada. Looking quite aggressive as he approaches the bull and runs right through it.
Nathan Gravel with a 2.7 second gap from Sawyer Lafayette.
Okay, and here we go. Sawyer crossing the line, 4 laps to go, middle of the race. Nathan Gravel in chase. Yep. Sawyer and Nathan at this point are running very, very equivalent lap times. Both of them are in the 1:57.3s, but it's going to take more than that for Nathan to molest Sawyer in any significant way, because Nathan's got to be able to exceed Sawyer's lap times, not just match him.
Right.
Here we have a nice shot. Nathan coming down that short little straight before turning into turn 8 right here. And right there, you get a little shot as you saw it dip in. You see, as he's tipping in, there's a lot of activity happening. He's shifting, he's using his clutch and, you know, getting back on the gas. You know, there's always so much work that, you might not necessarily see as we're just catching them, you know, moving through these corners. But boy, their feet, their hands, their minds, everything's busy. You know, everything is clicking.
Nathan Gravel gaining power to the ground as he comes down the side, making the right-hand corner on the 10-degree bank bowl into corner 14 for the left-hander, trying to do everything he can to catch up to Sawyer Lafayette and not let him take this victory uncontested. Looks like he's trying to build, starting to make that gap a little bit smaller here, I think.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe in this lap that we had just right now, maybe he was able to sneak up just a little bit. Shout out to Jake Tran as well, who ran a 2:03.5. I think that's his, for him, that's a PR, which is pretty cool. Good to see that he's continuing to improve, continuing to get faster. Jake Tran in 6th place.
Looks like Nathan Gravel needs to make quick work as there's only 3 laps to go. Try to reel in Sawyer Lafayette.
Well, he did reel him in by quite a bit in that last lap, as you were noticing right there, Adrian. So, you know, now the gap is closed down to 1.7 seconds. There was a whole second, basically, of time that Nathan Gravel was able to make up on Sawyer in that last lap alone.
As he continues to close that gap, inching closer and closer on him as his...
Yeah, you could see it physically.
Straightaway, yeah.
You can really see it physically right there. You see the... Nathan right there really trying to push to get closer to Sawyer. And if Sawyer doesn't pick it up, we could see Nathan right there, challenging for the win in just a couple laps' time.
On the back straightaway they come. Sawyer Lafayette in front. Nathan Gravel behind in second. Sawyer Lafayette leading Nathan down the slide before the right-hand corner of the bowl. Can Nathan Gravel continue to put the pressure on Sawyer and get around him?
I don't think he's going to be able to make a move on this lap, but maybe as he gets towards 4 or 5 of the next lap, there might, keeps at this pace, he might be getting close enough to be able to make a move. And you can see right there, really closed up.
Nathan Gravel shrinking that gap ever slightly more as they come around number 16. Yeah, big key here for Nathan is keeping that corner speed as he's getting closer and closer.
Wow, you really saw that close up. And that makes me wonder, we saw Sawyer look down on his boot a little bit earlier, and I wonder if he's having any issues with his bike or if it's just a function of maybe his tires starting to go off. Maybe he didn't put brand new tires on before this race, but yeah, he's looking like a sitting duck now with Nathan breathing down his neck.
2 to go, corner 4. Nathan Gravel able to close the gap down on Sawyer Lafayette, who has been leading this entire race. Nathan Gravel holding a tight line through 5 as they go into 16 before the right-hander. Nathan Gravel trying to dive on the inside line here, not quite enough, as he holds it right behind Sawyer Lafayette's rear tire, coming out into the straightaway, keeping the power down to the ground as they come into the side straightaway before going up Garcia Hill. Nathan Gravel drafting ever so closely behind Sawyer Lafayette as they both make the left-hander.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Nathan maintains this closeness to here to try to get this drive. Use a little bit of the draft right here and try to get him in the 11-12 section.
Inching closer and closer, Nathan Gravel on the outside. Sawyer Lafayette leading them down the side once again. Nathan Gravel not quite able to make it happen here.
Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does in the ball right here. Does he take it?
On the inside line, Nathan Gravel goes as he's showing a tire to Sawyer Lafayette. Not quite there.
Not letting him. Closes the door on him.
This next section right here is where Nathan's been making some time here.
You're right. Look at this.
Dives a little bit tighter on the inside. Keeps a tight line right here through 16. Sawyer Lafayette feeling the pressure from Nathan, bringing up the intensity and trying to scoot away from him as he's able to reopen that gap on Nathan. White flag is out. Sawyer Lafayette leads for the last lap here. Nathan Gravel close behind as they're coming into corner 1.
Yeah, it looks like that little incident right there where they Sawyer was probably listening to him right behind him very intently and is trying to open it back up, trying to get away from Nathan, and you can see he's just seems like he woke up a little bit in this last lap and now is just trying to do everything he can to get away. Nathan's going to have to get much closer than this if he wants to try to make a move on Sawyer by the end of this lap.
Last lap here for race 9, Formula Ultra Lightweight Shootout. We got money on the line here for the top 5 podium, folks. Sawyer Lafayette is leading Nathan Gravel on the last lap here, going up and around Garcia Hill, making the right-hand corner for the back straightaway. Nathan Gravel trying to do everything he can to inch closer and closer and take the line away from Sawyer Lafayette for the pass, but has not been quite able to.
He got a good drive, but Sawyer's holding him off.
Down the slide they come as they go into the bull right-hander.
Oh,
Nathan Gravel able to make the pass on the right-hand side.
Wow.
Sawyer Lafayette diving inside the left, able to make the pass back into 14.
Amazing.
Can Nathan Gravel answer back? Sawyer Lafayette being mindful of where he's at, going to protect this inside corner here as they come around 16 for the last time before the finish of this race.
Sawyer's going to have to keep it super tight on 16. He's going to have to make Nathan go around the outside if Nathan has any chance. Looks like he got it covered.
Sawyer Lafayette down the front straightaway. Checker flag is out as Sawyer Lafayette crosses the line first. Nathan Gravel with a valiant effort, but not quite able to make it happen for second place.
And here we go. Anthony Estrada pulling in. There we go. Crossing the line for third.
Sawyer Lafayette first, Nathan Gravel in second, and Anthony Estrada in third. Your unofficial race results for race 9 for Formula Ultra Lightweight Shootout. Man, those boys definitely left 4th and 5th in the dust, huh? With a 15-second gap, or if not more. Chris Binker in 4th place. Looking like it's going to be Bodie Kaiser in 5th, your final payout position for Shootout. Here we have a replay of Nathan Gravel on the inside of Sawyer Lafayette. Sawyer Lafayette being able to hold him off through the bull. And right here's a pass where Nathan Gravel was able to get around Sawyer Lafayette, but Sawyer Lafayette able to
look at that.
Break a little bit later onto the inside of 14 and take the position back. Nathan unable to contest it, and Sawyer Lafayette with the win for the race.
Sawyer just wasn't going to let him have it.
No, valiant effort from Nathan Gravel.
Yeah, it's good.
We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with you guys.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Back with you from the commercial break. as we concluded our shootout races. That was some pretty good racing for the shootout classes there, Al.
That was great. Again, people getting paid. Love to see that.
Quick word from our sponsors here. Dunlop. Ride Dunlop, the #1 tire brand sold in North America. Racer's Edge Performance, providing the best customer service for Dunlop tires, providing some of the best quality track days and coaching programs at Chuckwalla. Wolf Transport, our passion is moving yours. AYS Plumbing, trusted plumbing, fair quotes, quality work every time. Law Tiger. Law Tigers is the resource the motorcycle community turns to. If you're involved in a motorcycle accident, call Law Tigers. Race Pace Track Days provides highly experienced riders with a unique no-session format event to hone their skills and or test and tune their motorcycle. Warriors in Need, front lines to finish lines, transition strong, ride hard. From military service to civilian life, we help veterans shift gears and ride hard with our racing community. Jason Reyes, State Farm Insurance, complete protection for the automotive enthusiasts. Call 888-485-5070. Apex Assassin believes every track day rider has a racer inside. Our mission is to make that leap easy, safe, and unforgettable. Magic Custom Graphics. If you can race it, we can wrap it. Shop magicsc.com. Rider Performance. Rider gear performance you can feel, protection you can trust. Milwaukee, nothing but heavy duty. And a special thank you again to CVMA and their entire team for all their hard work and putting these amazing events together, not only for racers out here today, but the viewers at home. And a big shout out to 951 Live for bringing this live broadcast to the viewers at home and their crew for being out onto the circuit all day with the cameras and the elements, putting it all together, and the guys behind the scene.
Yep. And so with this, I have race 10, and it's Formula 40. So with Formula 40, we have on the front row, we have Justin Fight, Sahar Vic, Justin Knapp pick. On row 2, we have Eugene McMail, John Menzie, and Jeff Whitmer. Row 3, we have Alex Blasios and Fabian Ryan Wicks. Every time I'm going to get that one wrong.
As we're getting ready onto the grid for the race start here for race 10, Formula 40 Open, round 3 of CVMA out here in Chuckwalla Raceway.
Looks like competitors are getting up to the grid.
Revs are up, and they're off.
All right.
Early lead by Eddie McMail as he comes in with the whole shot into corner 1 here.
Looks like McMail's getting a jackrabbit start here. Getting in front of everybody here.
I think that's Sahar Vic in second, I believe. Gene leads him around in the corner 7.
Looks like we got a really tight battle brewing up for second, third, and fourth place over here with Eddie McMail out in front. Again, I love to see this. You know, in this race, we have a mix of experts and novices, in that case, amateurs, right? And so, notwithstanding that, you've got Eddie McMail leading not only the other amateurs, but the experts that are behind him, too.
Eddie McMail leads him around the bowl into corner 14.
Here we go. That little short shoot right there on their way into 16. This line, this corner right here through 16 is always a bit of a challenge because it requires you to really think about where you're going to put your bike. Now they're on the front straightaway. We're going to get a chance to see what lap times they're running. So Eugene McMail was running 151.1 to Sahar Vic's 152.4. Justin Napkick running 153.5. Jeff Whitmer running a 153.2. And Fabian in the back there running a 201.1.
Sahar's Vic giving Eugene a run for his money yesterday.
And you saw him, make up a little bit of time, more and more and more, right? So it's going to be interesting to see right here how whether Sahar can start to make more time up on Eddie McMail, and it looks like based upon what we're seeing here on the screen, he's been a bit quicker over this last lap or two, and you see a little bit of gap right there between them open up. Eugene is able to really get on the gas and use all the advantages that Ducati is offering him.
Yeah, he's no stranger on applying that power to the ground and get out of that corner. It seems to be his strong suit on his exits, being able to get out of there pretty quick. Sahar Savic holding on tightly to his tail as he tries to take the inside line here and set himself up for the next couple of corners.
And now Sahar is following him relatively closely here in second, just trying to size up McMail and trying to get a sense of what his propensities are in each corner, and trying to get a sense of, okay, at what point am I going to make my move? Where is the best opportunity? Because again, passing at this track is a bit harder than it is at other tracks oftentimes that have some high braking areas. There's oftentimes for drama, but it takes a lot of skill and a lot of confidence to be able to make passes here at this track, because so much of it has to be done on the edge of the tire.
And I feel like when the track is running the clockwise rotation, it's even more difficult because there's not really a pronounced heavy braking zone where you can kind of just set somebody up to brake early or late and try to dive on their inside.
Well, really, it's funny because if you take a look at the track, it's going to be that way in either direction. To be honest with you, it's not any easier in the other direction either for these guys. It takes a lot of work because it's just the way the track is set up, and it values and rewards guys who are going to be able to really be fast on the edge of their tires. And you see right here, McMail is dropping down, keeping a lower position on the bowl, which really helps keep him just a bit in front of Sahar.
Eugene McMail up front in first place, Sahar Savic in second. Eugene able to lead this entire race so far with 7 laps to go as they come around the start straight.
Okay, we have those cross hatches, which were just displayed right there, which gives the rider a courtesy notification that the race is half over.
We got 3 to go here. Scoring time, you lied to me. Sahar Savic on the inside on corner 5 as they dive into corner 6.
Tried to test that out there for a second.
As he inches closer and closer, this back section seems to favor Sahar quite a bit here as he's a little bit more confident. But as soon as they get into the straightaway, McMail able to get the power down to the ground and inch more and more away from him as they dive into Garcia Hill.
Yep. So as you can see, Sahar's going to have to get a lot closer than this to be able to make a move. He's really going to have to literally be on the guy's rear tire in order for him to be able to do anything, because as soon as they get to these straights, McMail can just pull away from him. So he's going to have to think about where where is the best place to make his pass, where he can get a couple corners in under his belt before they get to the next major straightaway.
Sahar playing the patient game as he inches his way behind McMail.
And you see Zahar tuck right into him right there through those corners. Lets him go just a little bit here, and then is going to run right up on him once again right here. You can see that.
Zahar on the inside, showing him a tire, had to back off. So
had to back off
the track.
Had to back off, and as a result of backing off, he lost a lot of ground, as you can see, because he had to really pull up.
He might even make contact with the rumble strip, I think.
Yep. And now he's got all that ground to make up once again, and not a lot of time to do it in.
2 to go for race 10 for Formula 40.
Yep. And again, as you go through that complex, it requires a lot of patience and, questioning whether that was really the best place to make the move, given that you knew you're going to have a straightaway coming right up and McMail was going to be able to come right after you. So, again, thinking more carefully about where he's going to make that pass, Zahar will have to, give that some additional consideration. It could be that maybe that's where he thought McMail was at his weakest, maybe. Who knows?
Zahar able to recoup the gap that he had lost in the previous corners as he's on the inside of McMail, trying to set him up for the next section ahead post-bowl. McMail leading him down the slide. Into the bowl they go, 10-degree right bank turn.
Yeah, you see right there, Zahar was having to adjust himself. He seems like he came up a little bit too quickly on McMail there. Misjudged how quickly McMail was going to be able to go through there. Let's see if he tries this one again.
Zahar
looks
right
like
behind
he's winding
McMail.
up.
Closing the gap on him in 16.
And he'd be real well served by just trying to get right on the back of his rear wheel right here. McMail's going to drag him down the straight, but he's got to do his best to keep really, really close here and try to make some move going into turns 4 and 5.
White flag is out. McMail in front.
And let's see
Zahar
if he thinks that
behind. Zahar trying to do everything he can to not let McMail.
Here's his opportunity. Here's his opportunity. Let's see if he takes it. Yes.
Zahar Civic on the inside. Gets around McMail. McMail trying to fight back. Yep. Zahar makes a stick pass.
And now Zahar has to really stretch it out in 6-7 here, because if he doesn't, McMail's going to catch him on that little straight and 8, and he's just got to do everything he can to keep himself ahead.
Zahar gained that power of the R1 to the ground.
He's got to
trying to answer back.
He's got to make it right here first, and he did. And now he's got to, do his best to stretch it out just a little bit more here, because McMail's going to get a run on him on the back straight right here. And you can see McMail doing the best he can. And now Zahar's got it. And so now Zahar is just going to have to run his own line as he comes down the slide and runs into the bowl. He's got to keep it nice and tight, keep that speed up, and try to stretch it out as much as he can. And looks like he's done exactly what he needed to do right there. And now he's coming in 14 and 15, and now he's just got to keep it cool because he knows he's got to run on McMail here. And there we go. Spun up a little bit there. That's a little warning sign for Zahar right there. He's got to keep it all under control here. One more turn. 17, going through that kink, onto the front straight. Boom.
Checker flag is at McMail, second place after leading the entire race. Zahar Civic on the last lap, able to capitalize and take him on the inside of corner 4 and 5. McMail put up a 5, but not quite able to hold him off, with Eugene Nicknap in 3rd.
That's a good race.
Good job with Zahar being able to capitalize.
Yeah, a little bit
of
age and treachery there with Zahar right there.
Played it patient too.
Yep. Yeah. Thought about that move the first time, but maybe he knew if he messed it up, he had enough pace to catch him again. And there you see it right here.
This was earlier the attempt.
Closing in on him, and McMail's leaning, gives Zahar nowhere to go. Appropriately so.
Had to back off a little bit.
Yep.
This is the pass for the lead here.
And this is where Zahar had to make that move. He knew that McMail was just going to have a little bit more throttle, so he needed a couple turns
And
You
see,
need a
that's
couple
where
turns to get away.
that's where that front wheel coming up kind of bites you a little
Yeah,
bit,
there
right?
you go.
Not being able to maintain the line,
Not as much
and
of a
block
drive.
off.
Yep, not as much as a drive.
Yeah, blocking them off.
Yep.
And then valiant effort by McMail on the outside, trying to hold them
Yeah.
off, but not quite able to do so.
No, that was really great. Great race.
Great racing out of these two. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with you for race 11.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS number 1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Welcome back for race 11 out here. CVMA round 3, Chuckwalla for Formula 2. Pro Expert Amateur, and CVMA Hooligans Race 2 Pro Expert and Amateur, and American Thunder for Race 2 Pro Expert and Amateur. This is a provisional class here, but it seems to be having a lot of popularity.
Yep. And so again, with this one, we have multiple waves. So we have Formula 2 up front. And again, these are the like Aprilia RS660s, Yamaha R7s. And this one we see Gio really, Gio Alvarez really dominating this weekend in this category. And second, we have the CVMA Hooligans in the second wave of race 11. And talking a little bit about the Hooligans, we've got Bill Coulihan again up front on the first row, Rusty Gill, and John Glafke completing the first row. Second row, Alexander Calloway, Adam Mendoza, and Douglas Dara complete the second row. Third row, David Lancaster, Carbon Merrill, and Joe Powell. To be honest, it looks like Carbon and Joel are no-shows for this particular race, but we got 7 riders on the grid for Hooligans. We got a whole grip of racers in the Formula 2. We've got 26 that are lining up so far based upon the grid I have here today. Front row, Gio Alvarez, Justin Bordenaro, Alex Enriquez, first row. Second row, Alfonso Califano, Matt Hornshoe, and Nicholas Capizzulo. Third row of the grid, Geyser Hernandez, Andrew Krall, and Gene Frykes. Fourth row, Mark Berkheimer, Harry Brehm, and Stephen Ludwig. Fifth row, Jared Kapur, Randall Workman, and Jimmy Avila. And here we have them lined up. We've got more folks on the grid. We've got Wei Pan, 16th on the grid. 17th on the grid, Kevin O'Neill. Charles Silver's 18th. 19th on the grid, Wayne Dixon, Tyler Preston, and Rainey Pogue, completing that next grid. 22nd on the grid, Ryan Krolinger, Scott Christensen, Jib Thompson. 25th, Tony Morrison, Fatih Boyos Kunmez. Please help me out. 26th.
Yeah, I'm going to let you do that
on the
one,
grid.
buddy.
I know.
Jeez.
Wow.
That was a gnarly one right there. We got a big grid out there for this race here. Race 11 of the day. As they're getting everybody situated, looks like there's a grid change. Revs are up. And they're off.
And they're off.
Maybe with a smooth start on this one here. Yeah, Gio Alvarez already taking the front here.
All right. Looks like everyone's getting away smooth on that first corner. And here we have, again, Formula 2. Coming through. Looks like we have Gio up front. Gio Alvarez. Looks like some pretty early attempts right there between the second and third rider right here. We'll get a chance to see who they are very shortly.
Alfonso
Califano in second. Trying to keep Gio Alvarez honest in this first lap. Super important that they keep Gio honest because they can't let him get away. He's been on it the whole time. Looks like he might have a problem right there, Gio. He's looking down on his bike. Yep, we see there's a problem. Okay, and taking the lead here, Alfonso Califano being chased.
Stephen Ludwig in second. What a great start, Stephen.
Is that Stephen Ludwig in second?
Yeah, 22.
Wow. Well, because Stephen Ludwig is riding a black bike today, so I'm not sure that is the case.
You got my numbers mixed up here.
Yeah, it may be the case. I think that may be somebody other. Oh, we have a rider down.
One of the Hooligans riders.
Rider down. Okay, and here we go. We have Alfonso Califano in the lead, followed by
28.
Yeah,
Geyser Hernandez.
that was Geyser Hernandez. There we go, Geyser.
I've been saying we gotta standardize these number fonts.
No, I think for both of us, as we start to call these races more and more and get a sense of what the riders' liveries are, we're probably going to get a little better at that.
That's right. We'll get Steven excited for that.
Yeah, yeah.
Second. Joe Alvarez and Alfonso Califano with the lead. Geyser Hernandez in second.
Yeah, and again, this is a position that that Alfonso hasn't quite found himself in yet in the last couple months that we've seen. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do to handle himself right here and how he paces himself as he's in the lead versus being chased, right?
Right.
Or be the chaser, I should say. While he's up front here, he has to manage his own pace. He doesn't have anybody that he's following. He has to make sure that he sets it in a way that allows him to ride within his skill sets, but doesn't take him too far and ultimately cause him to crash out of the lead.
Alfonso with confidence as he exits the wall, leading Geyser Hernandez into corner 14, making the left-hander for the short straightaway before diving into 15 around 16.
Looks like Alfonso right here and Geyser are running pretty similar lap times. They're making their time up in slightly different areas, but ultimately running those same times. Yeah, and we saw Geyser actually be a little bit quicker than Alfonso Califano in that last lap. Looks like Gio is dropping down the order as well. Again, probably had a problem with his bike that he's trying to sort out on the track.
Yeah, he's still out there.
He's still out there, but running a few seconds slower than he was running previously.
Geyser Hernandez trying to close his gap on Alfonso as they come around Garcia Hill.
Yeah, and talk about the Hooligans right here really quick. Bill Coulihan, again, in first place in there, being followed closely by Alex Calloway with Rusty Gill in third. Aiden Mendoza is fourth. John Glafke and Carbon Merrill make the top 6. And that's for CVMA Hooligans. There we go. There we go. We've got on screen, we got some of the other competitors in the Formula 2 race making their way across the track. And here we come. Let's see who's coming along the front straightaway now. Okay, now as we have coming to the back, we're switching back over now to Alfonso Califano and Geyser Hernandez. And there we have a great shot of Bill Coulihan as he's making his way, kniving his way through the traffic here. And he's now going to be passing up one of the competitors in the Formula 2 race pretty soon as we see him make a little bit more speed. Now he's got him lined up, making the pass. He's got a couple other that he's got to make a pass on now that are coming right up on him.
Alexander Calloway about 4.3 seconds behind Bill Coulihan, and Rusty Gill about 7 seconds behind.
There we go. Again, Bill Coulihan is leading the Hooligans race here, making quick work of some of his counterparts in the Formula 2 class, just weaving in through them. And, you know, given that they started several seconds behind the Formula 2 race, it's pretty cool to see Bill Coulihan on his Hooligan bike just weaving in and out of the traffic on the slower riders. Pretty cool.
Good time for sure.
Again, love his livery. Looks like he's on a KTM Duke.
As he comes down the back straightaway, jaunting down the slide.
There he goes. Let's look at how he takes this one. Comes in tight, lets himself just drift slightly, but keeps it nice and tight as he comes through and tries to straighten out that short chute as much as he possibly can as he tips into turn 14, turn 15. Has some more competitors coming up that he's going to have to make his way through. He's going to have to exhibit a little bit of patience as he comes through this corner in 16. And here we go, back to the shot of the leaders of the Formula 2 race. We still have Alfonso Califano up front, being chased very closely by Geyser Hernandez. And again, their lap times are neck and neck, with Alfonso Califano running a 151.08 to Geyser's 151.05. These guys are really there. No real space or daylight between them in terms of lap times.
Absolutely. 2 to go for race 11, Formula 2 and CVMA Hooligans. Alfonso Califano on your screen, leading Geyser Hernandez down the back straightaway. Andrew Kell in third with Mark Berkhamheimer in fourth and Gene Fredericks in fifth, as Alfonso Califano leads them down the slide before they go into the right-hand 10-degree banked bowl turn that Chuckwalla is so notoriously known for, as Alfonso Califano tries to keep a tight corner, and Geyser
looks
Hernandez
like he sized him up. Size him up.
Trying to dive on this inside line, but not quite able to make work of it.
Setting it up. Look, here he goes. He's going to try. Does he have it? Nope. Not enough. And unfortunately for Gio Alvarez ultimately ended up in the pits here in this race with looks like would have been a mechanical.
That's no good. White flag is out. Alfonso Califano leading them. Geyser Hernandez in second. Crail third. Crawl in third.
And with the CVMA Hooligans up front, we still have Bill Coulihan with Alexander Calloway in second, with Rusty Gill in third, Aiden Mendoza in fourth, John Glafke in fifth, and Carbon Merrill in sixth, with Douglas Dara in seventh.
Last lap, Alfonso Califano on the side straightaway. Geyser Hernandez in second. Can Geyser Hernandez close this gap and make the pass on Alfonso Califano before the end of this race and take the position from him? Or will Alfonso Califano lead him all the way through?
Hard to say on this one. It looks like, looks like Geyser's just lost just a little bit, as you can see here, right here. So he's going to have to work really, really hard to get as much as he can, squeeze as much as he can out of this slide, and really get stuck to the back of, get his front wheel stuck to the back wheel of Alfonso here. As we come in turn 14, 15, maybe this lap traffic has something to say about who does what here. They're going to have to quickly get past him. Oh, looks like Geyser got stuck behind the guy. Oh, no, was able to get through. Kind of messed up. Yeah, made his line messed up there. Yeah. And that allows Alfonso Califano to take the win. Great job
for Alfonso Califano. Geyser Hernandez with a valiant effort for second place, followed by Mark Birkenmeyer. Should be crossing.
Here we go. So we've got...
Yep, Mark Birkenmeyer for third. Andrew Crawl.
And here we go. Looks like Bill Coulihan coming through 16. Kicking it to the left for 17. And Bill Coulihan takes the win.
Followed by Alexander Callaway in second and rest of the
nice
third.
Little wheelie across the line.
Yeah, showboat, you know.
Yeah. Hey, this is fun stuff.
As the rest of our riders come through the paddock here, or through the start straight here. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. I'll be right back with you guys.
Your vehicle isn't just transportation. It's your pride, your passion, your investment. When the unexpected happens, you need more than a tow. You need trust. Whether it's across town or across the state, your prized possession deserves the best. Wolf Transport, where peace of mind rides shotgun.
Got a slow drip? Or perhaps something more serious? It's time to call a professional. AYS. Always at your service. We are more than plumbers. We are your neighbors, committed to you keeping dry.
AYS #1.
At your service, always.
We're the Law Tigers, and we understand the challenges riders face every day. We're proud to support our community that includes riders of all stripes. If you've been injured in a motorcycle accident, call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Law Tigers, California's motorcycle lawyers.
Welcome back from the quick commercial break. We're out here for round 3 of CVMA, Chuckwalla Raceway. I am Adrian Peritoner, accompanied by Al Garcia in the booth. Al, what a great day of racing
It's been a
today.
phenomenal day and a phenomenal weekend. The weather's been phenomenal. The just everything. The vibe of the paddock has been great.
Big thank you for everybody that has came out today and joined us on our live broadcast at home. A big thank you to 951 Live for being able to put this together and bring a live broadcast to the viewers at home. Make sure you follow and subscribe on YouTube and hit the notification bell so you are aware of all live broadcasting. Make sure you follow us on Instagram, Facebook, and check us out at 951.live. And big thank you to CVMA. Make sure you follow them on Instagram at CVMA Racing and check them out at CVMARacing.com. Big thank you to all the racers and athletes that made it out. And thank you for joining us for another beautiful round of CVMA. Make sure you tune in for round 4, January 17th and 18th, right back here after the new year. And we hope that everybody has a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And again, one more time, special thanks to Jason Pridmore for joining us for calling out the shootouts and other races. It was such a pleasure having him out here today and showing us the ropes, really, right?
Absolutely.
That was phenomenal.
I love it. Thank you again for everybody. Make sure you guys get home safe. We'll see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Cheers, y'all.